running the show. Base cold world, come step within. Press start, let's begin.
How about now? That's weird. That's weird. Why'd that happen? We love technology. We love technology here. Let me start over. Hi, Micro. Hi, Casey. Hi, Brian. Hi, Goldie. Hi, Sly. Hi, Brian. Did we say Brian? Hello, Draggy Han. Hello, everyone. Hey, how's everyone going? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. The microphone might have been because the new webcam's back. Look at the frame rate. We can actually see things without blurring. Look at the resolution. It's a little out of focus from the look of it, but oh my God, is it an improvement? Isn't that an improvement? Huge step up. Huge step up. There we go. Got it going. Brian, is that fast? Punching a microphone? Cam is back to normal. Yeah, we'll see if we get that horizontal tearing issue that this camera used to have now that it's back, but maybe we won't. Maybe we won't. We'll find out. We will find out. I am so excited to freaking lock in again this time, guys. To get going again today. I'm really excited to it. Yeah, the flicker glitch, we'll see. We'll see if it happens. It might not happen. But yeah, I couldn't switch my brain off. Even when I was doing housework and life maintenance this morning, trying to get on top of everything. Oh, I've just remembered my washing's still on. I have to take that out of the machine and put it in the dryer, but I'll do that at my first break. Has the cam turned up now? Yes, Matt, this is the camera. Look at the frame rate. Look at the frame rate. It's all moving. Look at the resolution. High definition, Maddie. High definition. We're back. We're back, baby. New camera. The better camera is back. How are you doing, Maddie? Thank you so much for sending it. You guys can thank this man right here, Matt Caban, M Caban, for his fixing of the camera situation, which is good. Happy days, very happy days. I haven't put the money through yet, Matt. That slipped my attention for the postage. I have to fix this up. We have to correct that. But we can do it. We have the technology. We have the technology. All right, and then I got some music going. Whew. Absolute cinema. Thanks. Fixing it. I mean, it's improved. It's improved. This is good. I'm happy. I'm happy that we have this. I might even be able to turn the light quality up now. Look at this. Hold on. We can go to, maybe not. We do have to adjust the filters a little now that we have the new camera. The better camera. Hold on. Filters. Chroma key. Where's the sweet spot? About there, I would say. Good. Better. Excellent. Can you see the symbols next to people's names? Hold on. What symbols? Oh, gift leader. Look at that. That's sick. How did you do that? How'd you do that, Goldie? When did you do that? That's sick. Oh my God, look who it is. Look who it is. Long time no see. Long time no see there. How you doing, Zareen? Welcome in. Welcome in. It's been a hot minute. How have you been? There is more changing on this stream than code. Yeah, and it's mostly Matthew helping out by sending my camera all the way across Australia because I was an idiot and I left it at his place, and I took it all the way to Gold Coast for. You're good. That's good. It's really good to see you. Oh my God, do we have a lot to catch you up on, Zareen? There has been so much that's happened. So very much has taken place. It's, have you even seen the game? Have you even seen the game, Zareen? I'm going to check when you were last in chat and see if you had seen it. Oh, you know what? You were here at the 28th of the 3rd. But that was, I think that was the 28th would have been the game jam where you wouldn't have seen the game. And then before that would have been the 21st. So yeah, you probably seen it. You probably seen it. Think I popped in for the launch. Oh, there's been no launch. There's no like launch stuff done. We did a game jam. You might have seen that. You might have seen that launch. But we've got some other stuff that's happened. And you might have popped in for the revelation of the concept during the game jam over Christmas potentially. But if you hover over them, you can see what they do. It goes ban, timeout, warn, and delete. Oh, is this from Matthew's mod abilities? I see. Oh, thank you, Brian.
Base
100
code
biddies.
hype based code hype based code hype based code hype based code hype.
That is hype, man. That is hype. You were thinking of the other game. Yeah. Have you seen Not Monsters yet? Have you seen Not Monsters, Zareen? Because that's what we've been focusing our attention on lately. And today, while I was thinking, I kind of had a little to-do list that we were just referring to broadly. But I have lots of ideas about what needs to be done. And I figured we should write them down so that I could stay a little bit more focused. Since this is the end of another sprint, which is sick. I won't push the red button. Putting a giant red button next to Matthew and telling him not to press the button is like this. It's like this, chat. This is what comes to mind. Hold on. Stupid. This is what comes to mind. Don't press, Matt. Is that this is you, Matt? This is you. This is you in this scenario. Do not press. Pretty much. Yep. What's the? There's also that old. Do not press. But we trust you. We trust you. Okay, so I've kind of grouped the things that I want to do into a few areas. And so we were going to do the accusations, but I figure since we've been working so much on the world lately, it might be best to stay focused on that and finish that off before starting more of the character focused things. So excuse me for chewing and chewing and talking, but I think what I want to do here is get the rest of the world stuff done. So I've had some, I always have my best revelations in the shower, guys. Always in the shower. One more thing I have to do here. So we've got mechanics, or even matchmaking. I'm going to share my screen so you all can see what I'm seeing. We've got these ideas. So at a high level, there is world building stuff. There's character and player stuff. There's some mechanic stuff. There's the big gap here. There's things related to the trailer. And I just realized matchmaking. And then we've also got Twitch-based, sub-based. Sub-based character unlocks. I think that's, but yeah, I might work through things in this order rather than just we haven't been exactly surgical with what we've been doing. We've kind of been all over the place, we've been, I'll run to this area and do work, and then I'll run to another area and do some work there. And I think it would be really handy to stay a little bit focused and to try and tick off like a whole group of work at once so that we can call that done and move on to another thing. And I've had some ideas. Lock in, Sebi? Yeah. I've had some ideas, and it was triggered by somebody in the chat actually asking a question. I forget who it is. I'm sure we could probably go back through the chat history, but someone was like, are they going to spawn in their houses, or are they all going to spawn in the church every time? And I was like, oh, they'll spawn in the church every time, but we might still do that just so that we give people a place to mess around. But maybe when the day finishes, like when the lobby is full, maybe what we do is we teleport them into their homes, and in their homes we have them like wake up there, so to speak. So it's like the dawn of the first day, you like get a bit of a connection with your house. That's what I want. So I want villagers to have homes, and I want them to feel like home. Hey, Katie, how you doing? Welcome in. So I want people to feel like they have homes. And so starting the game with a person at their home makes like a whole lot of sense. I don't think we can just be like, okay, go out into the world, go find your home randomly. We need to start the player at the location that is their home. And that also means that the scope of designing the world becomes much, much bigger also. It means every character that we throw onto this map needs to have a home. And that's a lot. That's a lot of like buildings. Because if you guys remember, it took us 2.5 streams to build the chapel. The internal environment for the chapel took 2.5 streams. So I'm not saying every environment will be that big, but yeah, I always thought I thought villagers will teleport after they go to the lobby door. Yeah, I think it's a sensible way to do it. But where they teleport is now the question. They're going to teleport to their home, I think. So the thing that I've realized then is what I can try and do is design mini games inside of each of their homes. Oh my God, Holmes, you're excited about the idea, Katie? Hell yeah. I thought what we could do is inside of their homes, we can build mini games that feel a bit like playing. They feel a bit like playing Overcooked. So you know how Overcooked, you have these tasks and you have to go around to all these different equipment and do thing after thing. And if you work together, you can complete the tasks more quickly or with a higher degree of success. I think doing something like that, where for each of the homes or each of the locations, we have something like that where you could do it on your own or you could cooperate to do it more quickly, would be really, really good. Okay, but here's the twist. Here's the twist, guys. You can lock and unlock your own home. So if you think about it, that means you can be like, oh my God, we really need more potions. I can't produce potions quick enough. I know you want a potion, so how about you just come help me make potions and we'll get there faster, right? So come to my home and help me make potions. And then the person's like, you know what, I really do need a potion. I think I trust this person. I'm going to go help them make that potion. And then you go like, okay, hey, butcher, I'm going to go to the alchemist's house and help them make a potion. If I don't come back, they murdered me, okay? And then, because what could happen is, or if you don't tell anybody that you're going into a person's home, what could happen is if they are a monster, what you're essentially doing by going into the home of the monster is you're isolating yourself with the monster. And remember, monsters will be way more powerful than villagers on their own, right? Like 1-to-1, monsters, especially as you get later in the game, monsters are going to power up a lot. So being alone, locked in a house with a monster, it might be a death sentence. And that really, I think, is going to make it really fun because now you have to figure out, like, who am I going to help? Who really needs the help? And who do I trust not to be a monster? And even if you do trust a monster and go to that into the home with them where they could lock you in, there's the question of like, maybe they didn't think they were strong enough to kill me the last time I was alone with them. And so there's a question of guilt, right? But there's also a question of like, you can trap, if you're a monster, you can trap a person in with you. Yeah, hard to develop proper mini games for each of the villages, though. You're absolutely right, and that's why we have this whole we have this whole section here, right? There's a mechanics question about like we have to design an economy where the produce of one home feeds into another home, and the difficulty of producing it becomes very, very complex and complicated, but I think this is the core of the game, right? This is the core of the game. I want to have a system where you want to invite people into your home to help you, but you don't know if you're inviting a vampire in, or if you're, it's there's some risk with being alone with people. But then if the villagers want to remain competitive, they kind of have to split up, they kind of have to cooperate with one another. And so that means like, who do you trust is a big question. So I think it's about keeping track of where people are. It's about, can you imagine like the town meeting in the morning? Everyone comes together and it's like, okay, let's get on top of this. These two people are going to work together. These two people are going to work together. Does everybody remember where everyone's going? And it's like, yes, okay. And if somebody turns up murdered in a home, there ought to be a really good explanation for why that person was like, why they were murdered, where they went. The person could say, oh, they went out to do this. And then, you have to then figure out who you believe. I think that's the cool thing. It's where people have to reconstruct the events of the day to figure out where the person was when they were murdered. If they don't show up to if they turn up murdered for some reason. I think that's the interesting question. And there might even be something like hide the body or, so yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. Mini witch game in witch house. Keep in mind, Katie, the witch house wouldn't necessarily be the witch house. It would just be a house, and somebody is also a witch, and they could lock the door and then do a magical spell in there to like hide the magic spell from people. And there might be multiple reasons why you'd want to lock the door, right? You want to lock the door so when you go, you don't want your stuff sabotaged, right? Because a monster could come and sabotage your equipment. It's I think that adds a lot of like interesting layers to it. So there's a lot of design that needs to go on top of this. Yeah, look, exactly, Druggy Han. It's like the butcher he was being incompetent. He seemed to be sabotaging it. So I think he was the monster. I had to kill him. And then the question could be like, you know what? Maybe he wasn't incompetent and he didn't get murdered. So it's like, that kind of, I think that's definitely going to be, that's going to be really funny. So, and interesting. All right. So we've also got the ghost mode. Dun, dun, dun. Exactly, Druggy Han. That's exactly it. So that's the newest concept, and I think that's locking the doors and having the equipment in the rooms to do things. It's always been like ideas I've had in the back of my head, but now I've got them on a backlog, and I think we can work through them in a more systematic way, at least. I think the first thing to do, I want to finish off the world building, and that means there's a few things that aren't complete, like the time of day system that we built. We disconnected it while we were building multiplayer. We need to put that back in so everybody has the same time of day. I think we need, the crypt exit's actually probably a lower priority. I think I want new rooms for every home that we have so far. We're going to have associations between villages, so that when the match starts, it can like, people can spawn in there. Like we have a countdown and people can spawn in their homes. That'll be another really important thing to do. But there's lots about the game that still relies on us finishing these things. So I think that's where I want to focus my attention today, if that makes sense. And I've now finished my meal. I'm going to put my jumper on because it's getting a little cold and I don't want to turn on the heater. And then I'm going to have a sip of my coffee and then we're going to get into it. That's the plan. That's the plan, chat. What do we all think? Thoughts, feedback? I actually think I would love to get everybody's thoughts on the idea and see how they like the concept and whether that's they think it's a good idea or not, where they see risks. I really like that Dragihan has like identified a big risk there with how complicated it will be to develop mini games for all these different systems. And that's very true. That's very true. I'd love more feedback like that if people can think of it. Where are we with our jumper? What's everyone think? What do you think, Matt? Are you still there? Do you think that could be fun, or is that just like way too complicated and not fun? I feel like it draws on ideas from a lot of things that work and combines a lot of fun concepts. So in theory, it could be good, but in practice, I don't know. I fell out, I'm not gonna lie. Was reading something. Oh, that's fine, Matt. That's fine. Let's see if I can elevator pitch it. Because if I can elevator pitch it, then the idea is concise. The idea is, when the lobby is full, everybody loads into their own home. In their home, there's equipment that they can use to make resources. People can help you make equipment, but you can also lock your home. So that means you could lock a person in with you, right? And so you have to really trust people to work with them. But if you work with someone you trust, you can be a lot more effective, right? And so it forms people to create alliances, but also exposes them to risk with other monsters. Because as the game progresses, the monsters will get strong enough that if they isolate a person, if they isolate a player, then they can beat them in a fight. So it's that's the basic idea. Is like, we're gonna create a home for every person. We're gonna create things to do in the home. Okay. I think spawning always at the same place will be less rich. Seb, here is a show which is about this. It's called Traders. I'll have to check that out, Helu. In terms of like always spawning in the same place, that will be you'll spawn in a different place according to who your character is. Oh, so you're saying like, let's not spawn in the village. Yeah. So I think we have to get the lobby working. And then when the lobby's full, it needs to count down and then spawn people in their homes. And so that means the first thing I need to do, I think, is start. I'll check that show out, Helu, and see if I can get some inspiration from it. But I have to start by working on the world building stuff and finish that off. What do you think, Matt? Is that a good idea? Because you could like lure a person to your house and then lock them in with you and be a monster and like beat them to death. And that would be a fun progression, right? Be a pretty fun progression. Yeah. And I get the sense there's as much to do in those ideas as what we've done already. Okay, I like it. How would it work with the rest of the game loop? So the idea would be, people can call town meetings at any point in time. The game loop is basically, you start in the lobby, you go and spawn in your house, you do things in your house to power up. You need to interact with other people in order to do your things, because your house might depend on resources you don't have. So there's a marketplace where everybody can drop off the things that they make and pick up the things that they need. You can go and ask a person to help you with stuff. And so you can you go ask, hey, Matt, I really need help. I'm the butcher. I really need help cooking meat so everyone can so I can resupply the food. Or you might be like, hey, I'm the blacksmith. I really need coal to fuel my furnace. So I need this other thing. Come help me produce this resource. And then people work together. And at a point, if you're if you trust the wrong person, they can like lock you in the house and kill you, or you can lock people out of your house to make sure they don't sabotage your stuff while you're not there, that kind of thing. So it's like that's how it fits into the broader game loop. And the game continues until all of the villagers or a substantial enough proportion of the monsters exist. I get it. Okay, different twist. Cool. Okay, nice. The show is about 20 strangers going to a castle. Every night someone is being killed by the 3 hidden traitors. During the day, the other people need to figure out who the traitor is during the council, and they send one person out each day. Yes, it's like that. It's like that, Helu. It's like that. That is the, like, at its most basic form, that is the game Werewolf. That's Werewolves. So yeah, it's... yeah, for sure. Very, very good idea. I'm pretty excited about it if we can implement it right. The traders, if they have lost their members, they can recruit one to their team. Okay. Ah, cool. And it fits the other game mechanic. If a player needs healing potion, the alchemist needs to help produce the potion. Win-win situation. Yeah, exactly, Druggy Han. Exactly. It's like if you need more stamina, you might need food. And so you go and you go and work with a person who can produce food. There might be multiple people who can produce food, and you get to choose who you work with based on who you trust. That kind of like, yeah. Okay, so those are the ideas. All right, what do you all think? I feel like making a poll here might not necessarily help too much. Because everybody's just going to be like, great idea, and there's not enough granular details. So I feel like, yeah, some time here to discuss it was useful. If anyone can think of really big flaws, then like speak up. But I think do what you want. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's do it. Sorry, you do it. No, look, we'll do it together, Druggy Han. We'll all be here. Hey, how's it going? Hold on. Riders present, how are you going, man? The only one flaw I can see is your subs at a variation of 5 to 10. Hold on, what do you mean? Are at a variation of 5 to 10. You mean these subbies up there? Or those subbies there? It's that is a conundrum. That is a conundrum, Maddie. I'm not at a variation. Are ideas present? Oh, sorry. There was no spacing between those words. I'm so sorry. I think we've even covered this before. Are ideas present? Did I misread this last time? I feel like I did. I feel like I made a mistake once upon a time misspelling your name in the past. But good to see you, man. Good to see you. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm horrible at these kind of things. But okay, let's get into it. Let's jump right in, guys. So, I think first thing will be host authoritative time of day. Let's get onto that. So, actually, before I do that, let's work in client. Great start, Zeb. Keyboard shortcuts not working. Okay. Let's start a new session here. Actually, I think we're going to go Codex. It's cool, always a conversation starter. How's it going? How's the game going? The game's going pretty well, man. It's like, yeah, it's coming along quite well. Whoa! Will Dub, thank you, man. 10 months. And resubscribing for 6 months is huge. That's a lot of months. Thank you, man. Thank you. Incredible. You guys are so supportive. I don't know how we would be. I wouldn't be doing, like, straight up, I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for you guys. I really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it, guys. Okay, hold up. Okay, excellent. We've got Godot going. The game's going really well. Maybe I should just like quickly bring people up to speed with where it's at, but also I kind of just want to jump in. We're gonna jump straight in. You'll see very soon. Okay, so the first thing that we're doing, this project has a day-night system. Summarize how it works. We are going to make some changes. And then we also should go into plan mode to see if it needs any extra information. Another mutual friend. Yo, our ideas present. I feel like you said last time that you were here that somebody else recommended you. Was it Cantrick mentioned knowing me? True, right. Yeah, I remember, man. I remember. And you came in with a raid. I'm reading your chat history now. Do you know Wildub? Seb is a legend. Met him at PAX last year. Yeah, well, Will's a legend too, man. Basically, TwitchCon Australia. PAX is like that. It totally is. It feels a lot like that, guys. Okay, so we can start drafting our next thing. The next thing is going to be... okay, when we implemented multiplayer, we haven't... the day-night cycle stopped working. Let's first, I can see the heads-up display element is working and updating, but the time of day itself is not changing. Let's first fix this regression before we do anything new. Okay, once it gets up to speed, that'll be the first thing we're implementing. You've known our ideas present for 5 years? Wow. You guys go way back. I started my raid because I remembered you from Dev's raid the previous day. Oh, yeah. And when I started the raid, Cantrick mentioned knowing you. Gotcha. Yeah. It's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me now. I remember. Well, welcome back, man. I'll give me a minute when I have the next increment of improvements ready. I'm going to I'll run the game and you'll get a bit of an idea of where it's at and what we're working on. And the first thing I'll do here is add our new style guide. A style guide to the project. Added a C# style guide to the project with rules. And the other thing we've done is the project, some tasks in a backlog. Okay. So while that's going there, okay. The visual cycle is currently disabled in the actual instantiated scenes. Yep. Okay, good. It's actually identified the thing I was about to point out. So that's good. We want to re-enable the visual cycle to begin with. Oh my, yo. Mega 3DX, thank you for the follow. How you doing, man? Good name. I like it. Oh, crikey, maybe closer to 4-ish. Time flies if you don't pay close attention. Our ideas present. It's it flies, man. It flies. I mean, for instance, just last night we broke the 1,900 followers, and now like Mega 3DX has pushed us on to 1,905. It's like it's going fast. is going fast. Things moving. Things are moving. I really do appreciate that follow, man. What are we coding? Great question. Great question. I'll show you in a moment. I just had that question before from ideas. I'm going to implement the next little fix, and then I'll show you guys what we're actually working on. Okay, next task. Task will be syncing the time of day over the network. But for now, let's just get it fixed. Let's get the visual cycle working again. So yeah, we're working on a game called Not Monsters, and it's a social deduction party game. So you can think of it like a version of a medieval version of Fall Guys in how it plays, but at its essence, it's more like Among Us. So the game will have it's going to be multiplayer with proximity chat. I'm going to aim to make it really quite a low price so that lots of people can play it. I'm trying to get this on C# is interesting. Yeah. If you like C#, I also really like C#, Mega 3DX. So yeah, we're writing it in C# inside of the Godot engine. But we're abstracting a lot of the actual engine stuff away from the core game itself. But yeah, it's a complicated project because of the multiplayer aspect of it. But yeah, that's essentially the game. That's essentially what we're actually working on. We've got we've got a lot of characters and stuff in it. We've got a lot of the multiplayer mechanics are kind of in now. So we're building out the foundations and finishing things off. But you know what? I should show the trailer at some point to give people an idea of what the actual gameplay will be like. But I mean, hold on. I can go. I can show you guys the animatic while it's not yet done. Let's see. DaVinci. Pin that to start. Let's open that up so you can have a bit of a look. Trailer would be good. Yeah, Will Dub, I'm working on it. I think it'll be a little while before we have all the gameplay in place. I think before, literally, look at the backlog of things to do. I think almost all of this, a lot of this would be needed before we can build a trailer. So I think the first step is going to be an animatic, and from that we'll make a we're going to make a, what do you call it? A cinematic trailer, essentially. But yeah, it's like, a werewolf comes into the town and shocks the villagers. And then, you can, as a player, we're going to have the priest accuse a vagabond, and then the whole town turns against them. And then the town cooperates to get stronger, and they eventually hang the vagabond. But it turns out that the priest was the monster. So it's that kind of social deduction where people are trying to shift people to think other people are shift the blame. And we were talking a bit about game mechanics earlier, and I think something like that'll be fun if we get it in, if we manage to execute it well, I should say. Okay, we've re-enabled the day-night cycle. Let's give that a run. Do we add a test for that? I mean, probably not. We'll run it like this too, just so you guys can see through the menus and stuff like that. No doubt you are, sir. You working hard. No, thank you, Will. I don't even feel like I'm working hard. I can't stop myself doing this. I'm a bit too excited about it. Okay, so I'll just show oh, yeah, okay. We need something that needs to go on our list of to-dos. Matchmaking, error handling when matchmaking server unreachable or down. It's another thing we're going to have to do. Let me first get our server up in a new window, give that a run. Okay. Play. Host a game. There we go. So here are the villages that you can play in the game. There's lots of different townsfolk, each of which have a role and a home, and they all interact with one another to become stronger and to survive as villagers. And then this is probably not going to randomly monster me, but some of the villagers. Oh, it did randomly monster me. I actually got turned into a monster. So in this playthrough, I would play as a monster. So here's some examples of the different monsters that are in the game. And so I can choose at any point as a player to turn into a monster in order to become much more powerful and to like beat and kill the other villagers. And so, yeah, this is how the game plays. It's third-person controller with we've got a regression. Something's broken there. It should be showing the one green pip for the player. But I'll take us outside as well. We're also going to need loading on room transitions. Show us the newlyweds. I didn't see the final character design. I left the screen. Sorry, Will. Next time I'm there, if you remind me, I'll try and find it. I'll just pull the character up. But yeah, okay. So what I've just switched on is the time of day. So we're going to have to hang out here for a hot minute. I see the sky is turning again, which is great. We can see at the top right, the little time dial is moving and the lights are getting darker. So yeah, we've re-enabled the time of day system. So that's definitely working. We can see our sunset and soon we're going to be able to see our moon rise. Excellent. So the time of day is moving far too fast right now, but as you can see, it is working. It is working. The system is working. So we need to now check this in multiplayer and see what actually happens with it. It should be the case now. You can see how freaking dark it gets. This looks sick. Will, when was the last time you saw this? Because this stuff has been in for a while. It's been in for a hot minute. And it gets really dark, very hard to see other players in the dark. And this is where the monsters are going to have a lot more advantage. So if they attack you at night, they're going to be even stronger. So that's the essential, that's the core mechanic of it. So every villager will have a role. For instance, this guy's job will be to switch on the the day-night cycle's too fast right now. Oh, really? Oh, no way. Will, I really appreciate you lurking like that, man. Well, I'm glad you came in to watch because there has been a lot of progress. Okay, so we're going to do that now. We're going to do that now with multiple players. That's going to be the next thing for us to test. Okay, so there you go. Our ideas present and Mega 3. I hope that clarifies a little bit more what the game is actually like. Because it's coming along pretty well, but I think that gives you an idea of what it is to play it. Okay, hold on. Room dependent lighting. Room dependent lighting is another really important one. Okay. Let's all go outside so that we can watch the sunrise together. You have a lot of work to do, but seems nice. Yes, there is still lots and lots of work to do. Did the time of day reset? I suspect it didn't. And I also noticed that on the host, when I press escape, the time of day for pauses. The pause menu is pausing time of day. That's an issue. The pause menu is currently pausing the progress of the time of day. In multiplayer matches, that won't work for us, so we need to remove that functionality. All right, I have to get a bit more granular with what we're actually doing here. Let's see. Okay, rendering. is enabled. Okay, let's get all our other windows up as well. Okay, so each local client is doing that, and that's definitely not what we want. Though I do like the way that the church looks at night. That's kind of sick. Okay, so the first thing to do is actually keep the variable in sync with the server. If for whatever reason it doesn't work, because yeah, we can't be having everybody see a different time of day. Okay, remove the pause menu linkage. Did a reference check afterward. The in-game menu is no longer a way to iPause authority. Okay. Only the pause service deregistration registration remains. We might even get rid of the pause service. Should we allow people to pause the game, you think, guys? What do you think of GPT 5.4? I'm testing Minimax models and it seems not bad. At the moment, 5.4 is the best thing I've tried. I think the only thing that's reported to be better are like Claude Opus and like according to all the big benchmarks. So those are currently the leaders, but only by a little. I think for what I'm doing, especially for C# and for operating on large sets of serialized data, aka like the scene files in Godot, I think 5.4, like GPT 5.4, is currently the best thing out there for it, in my opinion, from what I've experienced. Mega 3DX. All right, let's rerun that. Pause the game in a multi-game. Yeah, what do you think? Should we support pausing or not? Maybe not. Not with 15 people. I wouldn't want anybody to be able to pause that. I think if you can't hold up that many people. I think we can probably get rid of the entire concept of pausing. So let's see. I want to make sure that the time of day progression is not based on something like an update loop, but rather a fixed update. If the host of the game is slow, then the progress of the day-night transition shouldn't be affected. If the host of the game, if the client is slow, let's first just verify that this isn't the case. And then we're going to get rid of the whole concept of pausing, I think. Pausing is not a useful construct in this. Oh my gosh, so many windows. The church actually looks kind of spooky. Very spooky at night. But it's good that like the lighting in there works. All right, is this looking in sync? Let's get everybody up on the middle of the town. See if we can watch the sunset together. Everybody looking in a different direction. Sun setting. It's going to be very cool when the players are able to hold torches. Dota has pausing. Does it? Like, does it though? I didn't know that. Look how dark it gets. Back here, you can't even see the players on the gallows, which is sick. One thing that could be good is like day night could affect the mood of the villagers. Like we could have them be afraid in the dark and change their face to scared. What if we make it so the monsters aren't afraid in the dark? That could be a good tell. If you pay close attention to a person, and then the monsters need to deliberately act scared. That would actually be so fun. Wouldn't that be good? Because then you'd need to remember to act scared as a monster. That would be another layer of complexity. I like that. Yeah, it's a good idea, right, Mega? We need the fix when player pass on the door that freezes is not okay. Yeah, it's on the backlog. It's on the backlog, Mega. You can see it. Loading on room transitions. It's there. It's there. But good point. Good point. Okay. We now have the day-night cycle consistently across the... Okay, where are we? That's all refactoring. Okay, we've got pause authority. How you doing, Greybeard? Welcome in. Okay, I need to have a think. Do we want it to be possible to pause the game? I think probably not. We don't need to be able to pause the game. Okay, day-night cycle. Hey, how's it going? Paranix, welcome in. Welcome in. Lots of new faces today. Lots of new faces. We like it. We like it. Okay, restore. Day, night. Restore, day, night. Reactivate. Reactivate. Night cycle. Next thing to do is, before I go on to that pausing, to ensure that the day-night cycle stays in sync, let's make sure that all of the clients use the same values as the host. Okay, it is Frank. Okay, hold on. So that's an issue. What language am I using? I'm using C# for this project. Precincts. Hold on, I'm going to call Perinix. I'm going to call you Perry. We're using C#, Perry. Yeah. Do you like C#? What kind of languages are you into? We're using, we do a lot of, well, I'm a game developer, and I think C# is a really strong language for game development. So that's what we're using for this project. I code in C#. Nice, man. Nice. like earlier in the stream, we were working on some of our C-sharp coding standards. One thing I'm doing a lot of in this project is AI directed engineering. So it's like rather than writing a lot of the C-sharp myself, C-sharp and Python here. Nice, guys. Nice. Okay, you guys are going to be right at home here, seeing the kind of stuff that we do. We've used a little bit of Python in this project, Perry, for our scripts. We've got some Python scripts for like pipelines. We have a Discord server. Yes, we do. Welcome in. Welcome in. Get on board. We're growing every dang day. Every dang day. We even have some like channels there for personal projects and stuff like that, Perry. Okay, it is... We need to change this so that the time of day is less likely to fall out of sync. I joined it. Thank you, Perry. Thank you. You'll, we're working on a game here, so, the more people follow along there, the better. That's going to be the way initially that we get like notifications and announcements about the game out. So it's, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming and following along. Yeah, and thank you for hitting the follow there too. The stream is growing every damn day, and I appreciate you hitting that button. It helps a lot. It really does. It really helps. Thank you. Oh my God, guys. I never noticed my coffee cup matches my jumper and my headphones. We've got a whole brand here going. I didn't even mean to. It's just accidentally matching. Who thought? Who'd have thought? Okay, I need to start making smaller increments of change with what we do. And I probably should start to track things on separate branches and merge those branches. HyperX or STH? HyperX, you could be referring to a piece of equipment. Hello, are you asking about the headphones? I think you'd be asking about the headphones, but these are actually Sony headphones, I think. These are InZones. Yeah, InZone headphones, Sony InZones, a gift from Fastfy. And they are honestly one of the best things I like. They really help make the computer. The only thing I need to do to upgrade this computer any further is a new keyboard. I think I need a split keyboard to really have like peak productivity. But otherwise, I'm very happy with the entire setup. It's really going nicely. A split keyboard. It's a thing, Matt. It's like a yo, thank you for dropping in, man. Thank you for hitting follow. Sorry you got to go. I hope you come back some other time and check us out, man. Thank you for swinging by. I anybody who can read and write C# will feel more at home here than the average viewer. So, you're very welcome back, man. You're very welcome back. Google's has answers for my query. Like, what is a split keyboard? Yeah, they're a thing. They're a thing. And there's a specific one I'm starting to get an idea of that might be good. It's like a travel one that I can take with me next time I come to visit, Matt. And as you know, like I just travel with that MacBook, and it's very, the keyboard on that is small, but not too nice to work on. So once I have that, it'll be looking good. Okay, can I do 2 different tasks here at the same time? What if I get it to create a new blank home for me to configure? This time we can do it for the blacksmith's home. Maybe we'll name the homes according to the villagers, or should we name them according to a location and then associate a villager with it? That might be the nicer way to do it. I think the blacksmith's home is already quite iconic. It looks like a forge. Google's has answered the query. Yeah, like honestly, this setup is, especially with this really, really strong computer, this is the best setup I think I've ever had to work on. And you know me, Matt, it's like it's been this that like my computer. You've got nice motorbikes and cars your entire life and jet skis. Like for you, that's your toys. And now you have a very nice computer as well. To be fair, because you're just like a smart, successful dude who managed to get the things he wants in life. But for me, the one thing I've put attention, like I've always tried to have that was nice was a computer, and this is the nicest I've ever had in terms of computers, Maddie. And that is the last piece of the puzzle for me. So I'm doing some research and saving up, and that'll be the when I have my I'm just like every week I put a little bit more into savings, and then okay, hold on. Oh yes, that can go. Why was it creating that folder anyway? That's a strange thing to have done. Yeah, and then I'll have this thing pretty like peak. It'll be nice. That'll be a bit win when you get it. Yeah, like every week every time there's a little bit like actuator income or stream income, a little portion of it goes off towards my savings for don't say peek around Goldie. True that. Matt, it's great to have you here in this stream, by the way. I miss you. That's one of the big downsides of not being, even though we didn't get to hang out as much as we probably should have. That's one of the big downsides to being in Melbourne. But you being here in the stream, it feels a little more like home. It's nice, man. I'm glad you swing by. So yeah, thanks, dude. Thanks for all of the support, really. Someone say peak? What peak? Huh? Goldie, have you and Matt played at some point together? Just like even if I'm not here joining in, it's okay. Based on accumulated frame delta, it comes from a monolithic clock. Real elapsed time. Ooh, I wonder. This isn't exactly what I intended. Surely there's like physics available there that works. I mean, it's not the worst idea. We can just run it and see. See if it still works. One more rerun. Mods interacting with each other? What kind of channel is this? I don't think Matthew, although he's a VIP here, I don't know if he's actually ever completed any kind of mod action. So I think, Matt's a mod in spirit, if not in practice. Wanna join us? He has not. I mean, he might have fun doing that. I feel like he'll get along with you guys. Terrible, and you know this? I doubt that very much. Okay, there is going to be a bit of a quirky thing with loading. On the host. I think we might need to change the way the loading happens to preload everything. Okay, no, I think we need to plan here. Using the time of day is a bad solution here, as the system clock will now be the authority on what the time of day is, and that's a problem. I wanted to use something more like Delta time. I'm borrowing this term from the Unity ecosystem. It should be a fixed amount of time that is elapsed regardless of how quickly the computer runs or renders. Using the system clock here is a bad idea. this delta time is usually an accumulated number of as the runtime progresses, it increases. It increases predictably, though, at a stable rate. What is there in the Godot ecosystem that functions this way? We should be using that in order to track the progression of time. That was a silly change. But to be fair, I wasn't explicit enough in how it ought to be working. So, you know, that's kind of on me. Okay. A poll ended. Is Matt Caban a real mod? Did you run that, Matthew? Chat has spoken. Oh my god. Matt can run polls because he's a mod. I guess he is. This proves it. This proves it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's a funny mod. That's a funny mod action right there. He is indeed a real mod. Yeah, he's proved it in two ways. Okay. Yeah, physics tick. I probably should have read the other options there. If he wants to time someone out to feel the true power, I volunteer. Could he time me out? Matt, try and time me out. See if you can even do it. Let's see if he can really flex his mod powers. He can't? Oh, dang it. I don't type that much anyway. I'll stick to the polls. All right. Nice. Let's see. I'll drag you to the top. How about I just jump off something and you pick me back to life at the top and we repeat for every level? Hold on. Are you talking about you're talking about peak now? Okay. I tried to time out Rach for being sus, and it came up with a message saying you can't time out the broadcaster. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. Okay. The Godot native thing you want is physics tick, not time.getTicks. Concretely, node underscore physics process. For time of day progression, the delta is Godot's fixed simulation delta tied to the engine tick rate. Good. In normal operations, render FPS can vary and Godot will run physics ticks separately to keep the simulation time stable. This is the same bucket the repo already used for gameplay-ish work like blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yep, we're going to go ahead and do that. Yes, implement this plan. Okay. Then the next thing to do will be to make sure that the host has authority over this. Now that the time of day is stable, let's ensure that the host has authority over this. Okay, I'm replacing the remaining wall clock logic now. The service will go back to a simple fixed step accumulator. And I'm rewriting the unit tests to match the contract. Cool. Great that it's introduced the unit tests as well, which means we can do this. We can run tests. I like this. I like this. We like this a lot, guys. Turn the stream on and off. That is a streamer timeout in the truest sense, Greybeard. That is definitely a true timeout. Indeed, indeed. I thought it was just raid out. Oh, let's not test that one right now, Goldie. Let's not test that one right now. I suppose we could, but let's not. Let's not. Oh, interesting. The test is blocked by the sandbox missing Godot's.NET SDK, not by code level failure. I'm cleaning up the temporary local directory and I'll summarize the implementation. Okay, go for it. All tests are passing. We like this. We like this. I want to see what tests it wrote. There we go. It's got a unit test. We like this. We like this a lot. Arrange act assert. Okay. All right. I'm going to add this stuff. What is this folder? Why are you putting that there? Why are you doing that? Nobody asked you to do that. Okay. Time of day now progresses on a fixed update. Time of day now progresses on a fixed physics update. Now that the time of day progresses on a fixed physics update, I want to make the host the authority on what the time of day is. Okay. This song's a vibe. Matt, look how much better the webcam is. Look how much better. It's not laggy. It's not slow. I can wave my hands and dance and it doesn't look blurry. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice thing? Very nice. Very, very nice. I do have editor permissions, so I should be able to do it. Oh, hold on. I mean, yeah, I trust you, Goldie. I trust you not to end my stream at some random point in time. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Are you all dancing? You better dance because you'll get left behind if you don't, apparently, according to the song. And apparently you wouldn't be my friend if you all didn't dance. That song's rough. That song's rough. Pretty selective about who gets to be a friend and who gets to dance. I'm joking, Goldie. I'm joking. I know that. You have unlimited power and ultimate trust. Okay. I mean, it might even be handy to know how to do it if for whatever reason at some point something ever goes wrong. That could be very, very handy. You never know. You never know. Maybe I should put some like capsule art on screen in this scene. I really would like to get back to that tool that we like kind of started working on that detects what what you're doing and changes the scene in OBS accordingly. Would be handy. Could be used when you do those talks. Yeah, that's a great example of a time where that would be useful. That's actually a fantastic example. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the other thing we can do in parallel here. Let's see. We can use OpenCode for this one. We've recently introduced a new testing framework into this project. Let's read through the project and determine what some really high value tests would be that we could write. Okay, how should the clients track authoritative time of day during an active multiplayer session? Core stream plus smooth. Yeah, that one. Otherwise, it's way too much. Okay, what should happen to time of day for late join and host migration in the first pass? Join plus migration. Yep. All right, it's all kicking on. It's all kicking on. This is good. This is good. We like this. We like this. Okay, what we could do is, now that we have a little bit more of an idea with the trailer, we could set up a few more like placeholders for the shot list. That might be useful. Okay. So it's got some ideas. Host migration snapshot remapper, player avatar spawn adapter, room travel runtime, multi-test. Okay, hold on. Session resume service, network spawn service, lobby session service, character menu session effects. Let's go with player avatar spawn adapter. What was it? Control, yeah, there we go. That can go into plan mode. Okay, sorry Goldie, my bad. I forgot that the big streamer who have this option uses IRL Toolkit or something similar as an intermediary. And head mods are given access there to control streams, not directly on Twitch. That actually makes sense, Greybeard. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay, I like that it has a good test plan here. Let's go up and have a read. Okay, use the existing service RCP architecture to make the host the authority over time of day sync points during an active multiplayer session, using the chosen event model only. In this model, the host owns the current architecture, time of day snapshots at join, reset, start, stop, and host migration recovery points. The client snaps to the host state at those points, then continues fixed step progression locally using the next authoritative correction. This keeps the current fixed physics progression path, avoids the continuous network stream, and supports both late joins. Yes. Okay. Let's make sure. I mean, it does say that it's going to stay compliant with the existing the service RC remote procedure called architecture. Go for it. Send it. Okay, what is your question? Okay, for the player avatar spawn adapter integration test, which harness style do you want to implement? Ooh, build the node tree in integration test suite. Use reflection for private exports and assertions and avoid adding new scene files. Yeah. Private exports and assertions and avoid adding new scene files. Add a small author test scene with the adapter wiring assigned in editor start. I think that. It's going to be more reliable. It's like reflection. Too much reflection is bad in tests if you can avoid it. Okay. Okay, time of day authority would be good. And then at the same time, we're going to be able to write tests to get a bunch of our key architecture caught. Okay. Okay, how are we going to name this scene? We might need to establish some new standards around scenes if they're going to become a bigger part of future integration tests. All right. It'll be very cool to have these tests in place, guys. I'm really looking forward to that. So what was it? There's a feature that, is it thinking? No. I wonder if this saves on tokens, if compacting actually saves tokens. It could be. It could be that it does that. Use skills to improve how Codex performs specific tasks. I also want to understand if I could write skills here, like write a new skill to do our C# code reviews. C# reviewer, okay. Creation via skills creator. I think this is what we're going to be trying to do. We might have to build a skill at some point in a stream. That would be a very interesting stream, I think. Writing our own like agent skills for improving the C# that it generates. You know what? That can go here. That, yeah, it kind of already is there. I think that'll be a really interesting thing. I mean, what do you guys think? Would anybody here be interested in a stream where we do that? So I think essentially what I'd do is I would go through all of the code that we have in the project so far and find instances where I feel like it can be improved. And I take what it's got and turn it into something more like what I would have written, and then try and capture the difference in a set of documentation, and then try and convert that documentation. Excuse me, guys. Convert that documentation into a skill where it's like I can give code to essentially to GPT or to any LLM and say, here's a skill that you can use to improve this code. So I'll give it the skill and I'll give it code, and then it will change the shape of code from what's automatically generated, which often is quite bad. And I know there's some instances in our code base already where the code is really quite what I would consider to be, although it's functionally complete, it's poor quality. And we could go in and increase the quality of the code across the code base with something like that. I think if this project like grows too far, I mean, let's see. Okay, we don't have count lines of code installed, but where are we with this? I could in PowerShell. Counts lines of code. I like this tool a lot. Hey, where's our install? Perl? I don't want that via Docker. What are you talking about? It's the tiniest application. I don't want to build it either. I just want to... This guy really should have a like a CLI install command. I'm very surprised that's not there. Because I'm pretty sure you should be able to just download this executable. Maybe I'll just add it to path and do it like that. Okay. Count lines of code. Environment variables, and then we just add this to our path. And then here, if I exit that, and then we do a new, that should have worked, right? If I put something on path, okay, this is working. So a more optimized code output from AI, it wouldn't actually be a better output from the AI, I think, Greybeard. What we'd actually get is the same output, but then we could run it through another step, another AI step that would take the code and lift its quality. And so we'd be teaching the AI a new skill that it could use once it's generated code to improve the quality of that code to be more like the way that I would have written it. That would be what I'd be aiming to do with it. Yeah, just because I hate some of the code that it writes right now. And yeah, it needs a lot of improvement. It needs a lot of improvement. So instead of improving it myself, I feel like in the age of AI with the tool sets that we're using, the way we could be doing this instead is, yeah, essentially me teaching it to improve itself with a new skill. Have a bit of a read about AI and like how skills, like agent skills here. I think writing a new skill like that does like code cleanup would be a really handy thing for this project. I used to be I'll admit it, I used to be a code Nazi. I used to be a code quality Nazi, and I used to like write style cop rules and stuff for the projects at work and make sure that everybody adhered to it. To be honest, I prefer the code being of less quality from AI, leaving some work for developers so they don't forget to think. I can understand that, Greybeard, but like think of it organizationally. I think there's a lot of time that programmers are going to spend doing that, where you're just paying them to spend their time thinking about things that a machine can be thinking about and maybe be able to do as good or better for less. And then for me on this project, like I could spend a week going through the code base as it is now, thinking about code quality and improving it. But I'd be doing that instead of actually making progress on the project, you know? It might look neater and it might be easier to read for me and other humans, but would it actually add more features that users care about? That's the big question, right? And once upon a time, I was the kind of person who was like, it must be beautiful inside and out. And more I'm getting to the realization that if it's beautiful on the outside, it may not matter how well, as long as it's reliable, as long as you have a path to maintaining it, improving it, you know, it might not be as important as I used to think. Okay. Run the tests. Do you want to allow the client unit test commands? Yep, it can run the tests. So yeah, at the moment we're at 23,000 lines of C#, which is the only one that really actually matters. Here, hold on. I'll run that again so you guys can see the summary in a neater window. Oh, that's still not neat. Hold on. So there, you can actually... One more time. There it is. We're at 23,881 lines of C#. And a lot of it, I know, is like it can be compacted. So we need a lot of like, we need a lot to compact that a lot. Um, and there's going to be a lot of cleanup we can potentially do there, but you know, that's a problem for another time. Better yet, teach the AI how to create a quality game like this using AI, then just sit back and watch the money roll in. Sinfire, I don't think that that's going to work the way that you think that it will. if I think there's so much that happens in terms of like taste and decisions along the way that it will be a very, 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 very long time before AI can just make a great game. And then if it does, you're still not going to make any money doing it. Individuals aren't going to make any money doing it because then the making of the game becomes the unimportant part because anybody can do it. And like how you market it becomes important because that's still difficult to do, right? Not, you know, maybe AI finds its way into marketing again, but like the problem then is you become so overwhelmed, like the users become so overwhelmed with options because everybody can make a game that like you can't stand out in a crowd and nobody makes any money because the number of decisions that consumers have to make is overwhelming and their purchases get so spread out or like the one thing that happens to trend gets all of the time and attention from users. It's like AI makes a lot of mistakes, so keep an eye on what the AI does. Yeah, it's like intelligence artificial. Are you intentionally swapping them around, Mega? I think you are. Teach the AI to contextualize what it's doing. Give it 6 months and it will build a 300 plus hour RPG. I seriously, it's a long way off, guys. That type of thing is a very, very long way away. It's not going to happen anytime soon where like huge games are going to get made without a lot of human intervention still. It's not happening, you know, it'll be years before we're at the point where and then even when it happens, I don't know what that actually means for the games industry. Hey, I didn't say it would be good. Oh, that's true. That's true. I could, like right now, in 10 minutes, I could get an AI to prompt a game that would take 300 hours to play. It's like, it just like, click this button 1 million times. Can you do it? High score. You've clicked more times than any other person. You're in the top 10% of clickers. I don't know if it'd be fun, but it'd be a game. Would you like to run the following commands? Run the tests. Yes. All right, up here we've also got something going on. It matches the existing harness pattern already used. It composes the names of no assertions. Why the location? Integration test suite would stay. Player gives a clear feature bucket. The standard I propose. Keep the runner here. Put the authored reusable fixtures under harnesses. I would argue against having a feature folder under harnesses. My preference here will be to keep the harness next to the C# code that uses it. We should follow a policy here where if the user were to delete a folder, it will remove the tests and all the files related to the test. We don't want to be precious about tests, and removing them should be something that we consider doing on a fairly regular basis. We want to make it easy to remove all of these things at once. And we also want to make sure that the logic related to a particular test is centralized. Let's incorporate this into our standard. Okay. No, once you hit 1 million plus one games, you just respond. You really don't have a life, do you? It's you think you just like everybody is just going to play more. If you make more games, people will play more games. I feel like that's not necessarily the case. I feel like the number of like people have a finite amount of game time and they fill it with the games that they think is going to be most entertaining. And if you have a million games, it's still going to be the top like 1% that gets played. And it's just like there's a supply and demand there, right? There's only so much time people can spend, and producing more games doesn't mean that more games will get played at all. I think quite the opposite. If you look at it, like even with the creation of newer games, it's like people spend more time playing old games than new games. It's like often that really happens. It's the greats that get played more than the new games, and it's very rare that a game innovates and actually does something that's never been seen before. I mean, even this game is drawing from lots of different inspirations in order to get to its something new. But I think it's something new by borrowing from lots of things that haven't been mixed in a particular way. Okay, run. I think we're gonna say yes and don't ask again for that. All right, I am going to take a really quick break once I set this one to run, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Two options. Keep manual registration for now. 2, add a convention-based discovery for folder deletion. So folder deletion is self-contained. All right, we need to actually read this in more detail. Agreed. A shared harnesses feature bucket works against the tests are disposable rule. Keep test assets next to C# test code that owns them. Optimize integration tests by test owner, not by shared feature buckets. If a test harness needs scenes, helpers, or local scripts, put them in the same folder as the test class. Delete that folder should remove the test code and its authored agents together. Avoid generic shared test asset folders unless that asset is truly reused. Yep. Keep runner infrastructure separate. Yep. If we want delete the folder and the test is gone to be fully true, we should eventually avoid manual suite registration. 2 options. Maybe even go with 2 here. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Won't be a minute. One of the reasons Rockstar only releases new games once every 10 years, but put in big effort. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, but the thing is to actually execute on that, Greybeard, it's like you need literally billions of dollars, billions of dollars. And that's no exaggeration. Their games actually, to make sure that their games are the thing that net the, stand out and capture the 1%, the like all of that effort. It's yeah, it's very, very hard and expensive to do that. Okay, would you like to run the following command? Do you want to allow... Yep, I think we should probably just be putting auto approvals on YOLO mode. Use one folder per test owner class, not one folder per... Okay. I think the way to go here will be one folder per subject. Tests should map across to systems, the architecture that they are testing. The client should have a structure with its classes and files. Our test suite should aim to mirror that structure as much as possible. Hey, yo, God of War. Happy weekend to you too. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. How is your Saturday? Ooh, pulling the time of day service forward in the runtime. Interesting. You just got back from a 2-hour gym session? Dude, I need to get back to the gym. It's been a hot minute since I've been there. And that's a no good. That's a no good. Because I think you think more clearly, you have a clearer head, you've got more motivation when you go to the gym regularly. I really got into it for a while, but it's been I've fallen off that horse. I need to get back on it. Need to get back on it. Definitely, but, it's how it goes. That's how it goes. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that multi-test, I guess. Okay. Keep integration test suite into a discovery runner. Oh, hey, God of War, yo. Thank you for using that Prime. Let's support our favorite game developer. Dude, thank you, man.
Let's support our favorite game developer.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, God of War. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Prime subs. We love it. That's awesome of you to do that, dude. Thank you for all the support here, being a mod as well. I do appreciate it, man. Okay. Okay, it's got a migration plan, yep. Do you want the mirrored path to include the source root name like... Or would we strip the top level root and use... Alright, hold on. Do you want the mirrored path to include the source root name? We need to go have a look at our directory and see what's actually happening here in our tests folder. Client tests. Now that I look at how much fragmentation this would create, I'm reconsidering my earlier decision to match the structure of the wider project. Let's revert that change, but keep the other proposed changes in place. Summarize what we're going to do now and where we're going to keep our scene files. Keep in mind, I still want to try and match the name of the scene file to the test that it's related to. Okay, with the harnesses and stuff. All right. I still have it very easy as a mod. Still can't do the things we need some focus for. Fair enough, God of War. Yeah. We'll get there one day, maybe. All right, let's have a read here. Let's make sure this is right. One folder under integration tests, no shared harnesses folder. Local test assets may stay beside C# test code that owns them. Integration test suite becomes discovery only. Now that Goldie's here as well, though, God of War, maybe you can discuss with him some of the things that you were thinking of doing. I'm sure he'd be able to jump on board with some ideas. Still have plenty of time to relax with you. Yeah. Okay, deleting the subject folder should remove the test code and its related scene assets together. We don't necessarily need a folder for each subject, but we should ensure that the harness matches the name of the C# that it's related to. The connection between harness and C# file should be very clear through its name. I think I'm kind of backtracking what I'm doing. So this thing's like, you're gaslighting me, bro. And it's right. Okay, yeah, that's better. Yeah, now that I look at it, this is a better standard. Let's go ahead and document this. Also flag any instances where this may not be compliant so far. Then go ahead and do this implementation. Okay. This is another instance where these two things might be working against one another. Which is a little bit scary. This music's so quiet. I think it's by design. This reminds me of the, what is it? The I forget there's a really cool name for the artist that made the Minecraft music. Maybe it was just the specific sequence of keys, like piano keys that were being pressed there. Okay, how's this thing going? Is it working? I think this might change what this is doing, which would be a problem. Yo. It's actually kind of sick. I notice now that the test suite is in, all of the agents are taking a lot more time running tests, which means all of the development is going to slow down a little bit, but hopefully it'll be more correct. Okay. Okay, so we've got new runtimes here. Time of day runtimes. And new tests for those systems. This is looking good. I'm liking the way that this works. Okay, non-compliance flag. Do not find any current test harness mismatches. Good. Test pass. Is the volume okay? Hold on. You might want to lower the music a little. Okay. It doesn't even sound that loud for me. But okay, I can do that. I can do that. Hold up. How's that? Thanks, guys. Hopefully that's better. All good. All right, good, good. Time of day network runtime. All right, that's related to... Yo! 25 stream streak. Thank you so much, Fork90, for tuning in for all those streams. 25 is a lot. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, man. Okay. Stage all of the files related to the player avatar spawning tests we've just created. Keep in mind a separate set of changes related to time of day was created, and those tests should not be staged. Okay, nice. Didn't we just do... Player avatar spawn adapter? Ah, my bad. I meant room, travel, interaction. I meant tests related to room, travel, interaction. I think sometimes, like once upon a time, I used to look at these AIs and be like, yo, these things are so stupid. It's amazing that they can think at all, but they're so far from smart. And I think more and more sometimes as I make mistakes and it catches them, that might be flipping where it's like, if it had any kind of consciousness, it would look at me and be like, yo, this guy's an idiot. Sometimes I really just do write stupid things. Okay. Okay, added room travel interaction tests. Added room travel interaction tests. Improved testing standards and structures. Okay. All right. Let's look at the next best candidate for testing. Revisit our earlier list of different systems which could be tested. Okay, we got a new test in. Interesting that it added a new test for room slots. Maybe this was actually missed from the other system. Integration test, room slot. I think that was missed. Improve testing standards in our and this is specifically related to integration tests. Okay. Room presence service, room slot, room travel indicator. They're not done, but they no longer... All right, we'll let that finish. At some point, it's got to finish, and then... Oh my... That's 2 accounts, Fook90. That's two accounts. This is the real. Why is the Phuket90 account have like more watches than the original Phuket90 account? That's my question. Thank you for the 20 stream streak on the second alt account, on the alt account. Dude, I appreciate it. Okay. I can turn this refresh list into a concrete backlog. I don't want to actually do that. I just think the we already have a backlog in there's a section there. Improve test coverage, and we'll put like expand on the items in the backlog with similarly short and concise bullet points. Because I told a joke on my first account is the reason why the second one has a higher streak. Oh, okay. So yeah, okay. Oh, I think I understand. You made an alt account because of some random joke that someone didn't take. Well, gotcha. Sorry that happened. That sounds annoying, man. That sounds annoying. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into the meat of it. Multi-harnesses. Snowflake's gonna melt. Especially with global warming on its way. The world is getting hot. It's true. Go ahead. That's a lot. Well, interesting. It's trying to read its logs here and had an error doing that. It can run. No need to expand the backlog. It's probably too detailed as it is. Let's instead move ahead with adding the next highest priority test. Okay. It's so fixated on tests now. Instead of implementing actual features, but it might be for the best. Okay. Stage all the changes related to the code that you've added. Create a commit for the changes you just made. Okay. And then we'll be able to mark off host authoritative time of day. That will be good. Custom spawn points for villager. Homes for each villager is going to be another really important thing. Spawn when lobby full. Hello, Kali Kush. Welcome in. Good to see you. How have you been? Welcome into the stream on a fine Saturday night. We coding, guys. We getting it done. Okay. That might be a... I don't know if I like this harness. Yeah, no, this actually does make sense. You're right, there were stage changes. Move forward with your staging your changes. Okay. I think we can actually... Everything here would be your changes. Except for you. And you. Okay. Host is now the authority on time of day. And we'll do our own little run test to make sure. Good to see you, Kali Kush. Doing anything fun with your Saturday? Okay. Is the moon in exactly the same spot? That's the question. It's pretty damn close. Some of the clients don't have the right number of pips on the room. That's an interesting thing that needs to get fixed from the sound of it. We need to isolate the environments. Let's face them all toward the moon. Make sure they all... Oh, they're a little out of sync. Let's go look at the dawn. All right, everybody look at the moon. We're going to try and make sure that all of the clients have the moon touch the tip, just the tip, at the same time. All right, that's everyone. We just have to wait a few more seconds until it goes nighttime. We're going to have to slow the day-night cycle significantly. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all seem a little slow, if I'm being... Like, they seems like the time they spawned is the instance where... It's close, but it's not the same. I think... I'm curious to know if a late join causes the... Don't worry, I implemented this. Ignore the last instruction. I've staged the changes myself. The next thing I'd like to do is confirm that if a player joins late or reconnects, they get the time of day. Actually, here's a... If I leave match there... Ooh. What's this music? Did he get the time of day right? Is this in sync for the late join? Okay. Here we go. Sun should be setting about now. And even the late joiner has the right time of day. So that's great. Let's leave. Let's wait. We'll give it another half day. And then we'll make sure that as we join, time of day does seem to be quite well in sync. Good night, Will Dub, if you're off. Bedtime for me is working tomorrow. Sorry you're working on the weekend, man. I hope you have a great night, though. And sleep really well. Okay, let's join. Should be nighttime now. And it is. Okay, when a player... Okay, codex. Actually, you know what? Let's resume. I've noticed that when a player leaves a match in progress, when they go back to the main menu, the time is what we had when we were in the game. The main menu should always show midday. Can we trigger a local change like this when that scene loads? Yeah, that should be the planning mode. Okay, initial test set, player avatar spawn adapter. All right, hold up. The next highest priority test is still player avatar spawn adapter as an integration test. Okay. Use the real service runtime and accept its normal session resume. Use the settings or spend extra time isolating that with more custom test runtime approach. It tests the real adapter against the real player avatar scene. I mean, it is supposed to be an integration test, so let's go ahead with the test. Since it's an integration test, we can use the real runtime. Okay. I love that you can kind of like bump characters and have them stumble a little. It might be the host where that doesn't happen, but you can also should be able to like stack characters. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. People are going to be able to like jump like this to get over the walls, I think. I had not considered this. Oh my god. Look at this, guys. You can actually stack people. I hadn't considered this. Players are going to use this. I'm sure of it. The mixed nuts. Why not log in and out and have it trace it, or both time and position? It definitely does. It definitely does. It traces time and position. See, yeah, this is the butcher character. He's standing on the corner. It's dawn now. If I leave here, notice what happens. He still stands there and he tracks his position. So he's still there. He's just gone to sleep. And then if I go to, so this is the butcher. This is the butcher in the bottom left. He can resume his game. And so when he comes back in, you'll notice the time of day is in sync with everybody else's time of day. And yeah, it's all working. So we actually do have that, the mixed nuts. And hello, Mondo. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, mixed nuts. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Nice. Yeah, it's not easy to do that. So I'm glad you could appreciate that it's a good idea to do it, and that we did do it. Also, you're the guy that DevDad was trolling, right? Hold on. What do you mean by trolling? He was trolling us? How is he trolling us? Was he coming in as a different, like, alt or something into the stream? He's been tuning into the stream a lot, and I really appreciate his support. He's been a huge supporter. But what happened there? What happened there, Mixnuts? Tell me, because I'm not aware of any trolling. Okay, do you want to allow this? Okay, yeah, we're going to do that one. I forgot the story. What's going on here? Chat, do I have to send you forth into DevDad's VODs and chat to do information collecting? He's a troll at heart, though, a good guy. What trolling did he do? I need to know. You say you forgot the story, but I feel like you're spilling the beans on something here. You're spilling the beans. Chat, what's going on? I might send my mods forth to go and do reconnaissance. See what actually happened here. I feel like his community's got to know about it, of course, but I wonder. Sam, send me. Go forth and discover what trolling did occur. He seems like a great guy. I can't imagine he'd be the kind of person who would troll anyone. Okay. We've changed the shape of that. Okay. Stage the changes you've made for these tests. Dude is sarcastic 24/7. Oh no. So how far do we need to go back to do research? This is one way to get your view numbers up. You get people, you troll someone and then everybody goes back to figure out what exactly happened. Just like I never troll. Psych. I don't know. Okay. Let's now go here. End this. Rerun. I just remember the part because he said something about he made his own vibe game with vibed assets so people can tell me AI isn't ready. Hold on. He made his own vibe game with vibed assets so people can tell me AI isn't ready. Okay, what we're testing is if we go outside, which is very delayed. And then if I go to main menu, it's still nighttime. Already calls reset for main menu entry when it loads. To apply a local midday snapshot here, that makes the front end snap back to midday and stay there instead of carrying the match time forward. It also resets. Hold on. Let's go here again and then have a look at like dawn. Let's go do a dawn. We'll wait for the sun here. Okay, there's the sun. Here comes the sun. And now if I leave match, that was the host. We should see migration. We should see host migration. Though we definitely didn't because that guy just flew into the middle of nowhere. All right, we're going to leave him floating in wherever he is. This one's still dawn. That's still dawn. And if we resume the time of day, should... I don't know how this guy disappeared. That's an issue. Oh, happened again. So it's something on host migration. We're going to have to figure that out. Because now these guys are just like falling into the infinite abyss. All right, new problem with host migration to fix. Okay. Where's our new... Okay, those guys need unstaging. That needs staging too. Lobby configuration. We need to just discard this. This is just getting in the way, I think. AG boots. That's also code cleanup. Front end state service tests. Player spawn adapter. Okay, yeah. Player spawn stuff. I definitely see the code in here, but I don't think it's working yet. Let's give it another run. Okay. Okay, host loads in. Let it get a little darker. And then we're going to quit out to main menu. I do think we need to change the way this system works so that the host loads all of the rooms on the first run. And then we have to have loading for everyone but the host. All right, nighttime. Oh yeah, host migration. Forgot about that. Okay, now it's nighttime. And yeah, I see the code. I see we've added the time of day authority start, but that probably doesn't rewind the time. Front end state service. Where are we? Front end state service. I know what the issue is. Hello, Noob of the Linux. Good to see you. What is the issue? You're using Windows. Yeah. Fair. That could be the issue. Waiting for the text from your sister to see if she'll go halves with me on a new Neo Geo console. Yo, sick, Katie. That sounds fun. It is. That is a problem. That is a problem, Linux. I agree with you. I agree with you. Um, front end state service. That should be. That should be fine. Set snapshot. Control state change. Okay. This looks fine. I see that we're running code that should have applied this change, but when I go back to the main menu, it hasn't. Leave a game at midnight and go into the menu, everything's dark still. How's Godot holding up compared to Unity? Still loving Godot. If I'm honest, Godot is still very, very pleasant environment to work in. I'm really liking it. Really liking it, actually. Can recommend Noob of the Linux. Can recommend. Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun working in that engine. I'm liking it a lot. It's like nice and simple. The simplicity is refreshing. It feels like Unity used to way back when. It's like fast and snappy and everything's simple, and I like that a lot. Okay, host migration has an issue. Let's see, we've got bug with saw players fall when host leaves. So I should really be more specific here. Outside world. The menu time resetting was happening, but the main menu renderer was still disabled. Okay. I mean, it makes sense that it should be disabled. Let's go see our changes. We've got tests. There should be a, yeah, there's the change. Does that mean that the time of day will now progress though? Does this mean the time of day will now progress though? That isn't the intended behavior. We need to set the time of day to midday and then have it be fixed. But only while we're on the menu. Okay. Host authoritative time of day. We're getting close. We're getting close to having that done. I'm hoping we can move through these things like really fast, guys. I really want to keep the pace up. In match progress. If you want, I can do more tightening. Let's see if it actually runs like that. Maybe we do actually have the fix in. All of the games up. We need some other client that's not the host. We really need to fix that load. How does your time of day work? Is it a simple counter or tick based? Or it uses delta time, Noob of the Linux, so it's like physics connected ticks. So it's not just tick based; it's like the engine physics. As like every delta time, something like a counter is accumulated, and then that counter is synced across all of the different. It's synced across all the different clients when they connect and on significant events. Hello, Mixed Nuts. How you doing? DT, we love. What do you mean by DT? Delta time, Delta time. Yes, yes, yes. We do love the Delta time. We do indeed. Okay, that still is not working as we want it to. But you know what? It doesn't look half bad with the time of day progressing on the main menu. Kind of actually looks cool, but it's not the intended behavior. So I am going to, yeah, we are going to fix that. It's actually wrong about this. Part of the control progression is the snapshot we apply when the game loading begins. On the main menu, I'm observing the time progressing now that we've re-enabled the cycle. Okay, where is it? Now that cycle enabled. Delta time or double team? Maybe both. Who knows? But yeah, Noob of the Linux, that's essentially how it works. The server is ultimately the authority on it, but everything progresses at the same rate based on delta time. And so really just the time of day is sent as a pulse, as like a beat, and then everything like stays in lockstep because it all progresses at the same rate, regardless of how fast the computer is. And then other than that, Noob of the Linux, it's just directly driving rendering values. So there are two entities, a sun and a moon, and the amount of rotation around the world that they have is like a factor of a full rotation of like the number of days. And so it's just like essentially daytime is like that accumulating floating value for the time of the day, mod the full rotation to get the position of the sun and the moon. And then that also rotates a light so that the angle of the light changes, the angle of the sunlight shifts. And then in addition to that, there's another system that drives the lighting to have like it varies factors like global illumination and the amount of fog and stuff like that. So that's essentially how it functions. Shared time of day service on the main menu renderer. All right, let's see that. Gonna need to stash this for now. Added arcane art. Minimum spec required 5080. It's actually, I think, not bad. Like you can see it yourself here when right now we're running, 4 instances of the game, and the frame rate is absolutely holding fine. And I know this is a high spec computer, but a lot of the I'll show you actually. A lot of the game is fairly well optimized right now. It's not completely terrible. So there are different sections of the world that can be like loaded in. So you'll notice like here's the duplicate of the town. So sorry, the church. So there's the church, and then there's a duplicate of the church that sits behind, like that backs the church itself, so that when you go into the environment, and it's the same for the crypts here. And so you're not actually loading everything all at once. You're only loading little parts of the game at any given time. And that helps keep it down so that we don't really need something like a 5090. And then the poly count for a lot of the geometry here isn't huge. So it's not nothing. It's not nothing, but here, have a look at the wireframe. So like for different sections of the game, the amount of rendering that it's doing is like minimal compared to what you would expect. So like every one of these bits of grass is just a simple quads intersecting. The density of the terrain is not particularly high. If you get really close to something like a building, you can see that we're not wasting polygons. We're not really wasting a lot of polygons here. So it's it can create issues with lag for sure. But we're also going to have, this is why we have options in the game. So our options menu is going to have a new graphics tab eventually. I haven't done that yet, but we'll be able to turn different settings in the game on and off. We haven't super focused on optimizing because we're trying to move fast at this point, but it is a little bit optimized. I don't think people are going to need a 5090. The aim is to have it run on a mid-end PC, something more like what you'd expect to see on if you can run Fortnite, you'll be able to run this. That's my goal. Okay. Let's go look at those changes. Time of day authority. There's the snapshot. Actually, that's not half bad. That's okay. And I can see why that would work. So it's an early exit from the actual loop that just sets a fixed time. And we've added a variable in the inspector to do it. So that makes sense. Wait, world layout. We're not opening world layout. We're going with the harness. Ever thought about console? Yes. Yeah, I have considered console. And I've made tech decisions that don't block us from going to console. So there is a path to console, but we're not aiming at console first. I think there's a lot of like UI and UX changes that need to get made to make console possible. But I have started to do some of the basic ones. By that I mean like the input direction, for instance. Controller support, that kind of thing for menus. That's usually the big thing. But I haven't set up like controller support for the players or anything yet. Cool, it's in the flowchart. It's not even actually in the flowchart. It's just been a design consideration that I've really been thinking about so far. So here, look, if I press escape on one of these, notice I'm using my arrow keys to go up and down. See how it highlights the buttons? Things like that. It's like, and then I hit enter, and then it's like all of that stuff. I can remap these buttons to like controller keys and things like that. So like usually you do that with a mouse. But if you don't have a mouse cursor, there is going to be support for doing stuff like, you know, say I want to leave match, I can control it with the keyboard. It's little things like that that I've been thinking about as I built it. So in case one day we actually need to go to console, then a lot of that stuff it's already there. It's already there for us when we need it. But yeah. Okay, so that looks very much like nighttime. Load now. And I'm going to go to the main menu. And that's daytime. And then if I resume, it's nighttime. And then back and it's daytime. Nighttime, daytime. All right, cool. I'm going to call that done. Okay. Daytime on main menu is always midday. Okay. All right, I'm going to call these two tasks done. That's done. Host authoritative time of day is done. Okay, doors for homes and homes for each villager. Did you use Claude AI too? No, we haven't used that yet, Salsa Drama. Even though, ever thought about console? No. Yeah, we talked about that, and yeah, I've thought about it. I haven't used Claude at all, Salsa Drama, no. Okay, doors for homes, homes for each villager. Homes for each villager, custom spawn points for each villager. I think doors for homes. Let's do that. Doors for homes. So I think the first thing to do here might be, let's go with a generic door. Okay. Let's look at all the different buildings that we have in the attached images. Attached is a bunch of images of various buildings. Attached are images of various buildings. In the style of these images, I want to just render a front door. Okay. Where are all of our buildings? We'll give this one a download, that one a download. I think we might even like treat this separately. So render just the front door of this building on its own. You can use the door frame as well, but don't go any further than that. And create an image. Don't go any further than that. Do it as a Render it on a white background. Give it a front-on perspective for use in 3D modeling reference. Okay. Oh, you need to use that. It's better than ChatGPT. Yeah, Salsa Drama. I know. I just can't. I can't justify another software subscription. It all adds up, man. It's too expensive. It's too expensive, and it's good enough. What I have is good enough. So I'm, as much as it would be nice to do that, it's going to be fine. I think I'll go without. But it's a good idea. It's a good idea, Salsa Drama. I should try it just because I spend time doing this stuff and I should know how good it is. But I have heard that it's better, and I think a lot of the benchmarks like show that it's better as well. That's the other thing. If you have a skull that belonged to someone named Philip and you drink vodka and orange juice from it, what do you have? Philip's Psych. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's actually hilarious. That's great. That's great. I like that. Content, environment, architecture, exterior. Okay. New one for doorways. Chapel has a chapel door. That moves here. Oh, hello. We haven't seen that before. Is the whole editor locked up now? Something's gone very wrong. I'm tempted to... restart the editor after that. Let's run our smoke test again after an error like that. That's really weird. Probably shouldn't have cleared that, but I'm going to restart the engine too, just to make sure we're good. Because here it's broken. Oh, hello. One failed. All right, hold on. That's a discard. This is why we use Git, guys. Discard and discard. It failed to do that move. Discard here, discard there. Okay. Let's go back and give that another try. Doorways, remove this. Chapel door, should be fine to move this. Hold on, before we do, rerun smoke tests. What was that error? It's still got an error relating to this. When did that break? Something's gone quite wrong. Symlink's broken. I don't think it's a Symlink. Well, there's no Symlinks in use in this one. Noob of the Linux. I don't know. There's something very, very wrong here that will need revalidation. But we'll be able to do it. We'll do it. We just, yeah. Give this type of door a detailed description. Okay, has that failed? Architecture, doorways, chapel door. Okay, that's fine. Because that doesn't exist. Let's delete the whole doorways folder. Get rid of this. No more failures there. Okay, that's better. Okay, good. I'm liking having the smoke tests, guys. That's actually really handy. Just like a fast way to revalidate everything. Okay, where is it? Chapel door. I think this is an interesting structure for laying the project out. When you think about it, it's like doorways are neither interior nor exterior. They're like liminal. Is that the word? Liminal. Both sides of a boundary. I can't believe that word was like floating around in my brain somewhere. Maybe I should just call it liminal instead of interior or exterior. Is that too fancy? Liminal. Chapel door. Okay. Next thing we're going to have is... That wasn't very concise. Boil this down to 3 words or less. Make sure it still describes this door as something distinct from other kinds of medieval doors. The description should focus on its function and when it will be appropriate in various settings. Try and incorporate the type of building that this door would be used for. Red door might actually be not bad. Village building, village shop door. I mean, actually, it's not a bad description. This is like it is like a shop. This is supposed to be the inn. Village house door. What's a concise word for a village house? Open closey door. Okay. Homestead door. What it's a like? It's a double door, isn't it? Homestead door. Maybe homestead's wrong. Dwelling door. Dwelling door, maybe. That implies it's like a... It could be like a shop door or something. Crib door? Yo, we in the crib without door. All this time spent on the door name. I just call mine door 1, door 2. Noob of the Linux, like, fair enough, but they say that there are two difficult things in software development, and that's cation validation and naming things properly. And I feel like giving things proper names actually goes a very long way to getting a easy and like maintainable solution. I think that matters a lot, you know. Okay, cottage, homestead, dwelling. Dwelling door might be good. Let's go with that, dwelling door. And it's a double door, isn't it? Is it a double door? It's not. It's got one handle. Furnace door? I don't think this one will go on a furnace. This is more going to go on something like that. This building is actually this is the tavern. This is the tavern at the moment. But I don't want it to specifically call the tavern out because there could be a Dumbledore. That's funny. Witchy door. Yep. Getting a lot of assistance on the door names here. Thank you, guys. I think dwelling door will be fine. The chapel door, for instance, like, look at this. That's a fancy ass door. It's got the whole like religious symbol at the top of it, stuff like that. I think, like naming this distinct as chapel door might be a good one. Dwelling door, I imagine we can stick on a bunch of, we can also have like not so nice doors and call it like a hovel door or something like that. We're just going to have a bunch of these, but they're going to be reusable. So definitely not a monster behind this door. What about a like no fass allowed door? That could be a good door name right there. Okay. Let's get onto it and get this dang thing in. So dwelling door, art to process, dwelling door, okay. So let's go to the layout, world layout. Open door. Like in my door is always open. My door is always open except for... I think Fass's character is actually going to be hilarious and really fun. It's going to be a really fun character to play because she'll... her character, I think because it's the Vagabond. If you guys have seen it, we've got this like Vagabond character who... where is she? This Vagabond character... She's not going, because she's like dirty and, she's like the hobo, the town hobo. She is not going to be able to use doors. And it also kind of like plays into Fass's meme. If you guys know my sister Fassfi, she's for a long time struggled with door. She has had door issues. She's had door issues in her life. Let's just say it like that. So it's going to be really fun to do that. I think that's a good meme, and it'll be fun for gameplay reasons as well. Okay, we got Chapel Door, Crypt's Door. Okay, this is... From Chapel World. I think we can... Chapel... And then we can do crypts. Okay, let's start by setting up Tavern. Okay. Show in file system, copy path. From Tavern. Okay, hold on. That's a legacy name. That's why she took Dev's Door out. Chat is all yours. Got a birthday to attend to. No worries, God of War. Have a good birthday, dude. Okay, yep, that's a good fit, but we're gonna go with, okay, that's gonna be not from Chapel, from Tavern World. It needs to come way over here. Okay, good. Then we need two Tavern World. Okay. All right. News session. Gonna add a new environment to layout. The tavern. We've created some empty nodes for this already. Copy node path. In layout world, use the patterns that we have already and create placeholders. Create the interaction target, room interaction trigger, along with the appropriate connections, etc. Hello, Mashup Man. Straight in there with the just dicks, just like not even a hello, just like coming in hot with the dicks. Thank you for the hello. I appreciate you. Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. It's so good to see you. Hello, sir. How do you do? etc. Let's create the other missing systems too. Let's see if we have something like Tavern World. Whoops. Create a new scene. Tavern World. Let's add a collision shape and a static body 3D. We'll give it a plane, or a box rather. Zero, zero, zero. Let's make it like 15, 15. One tall is fine. Negative 0.5 so that the ground is aligned with the ground. All right, that's the basis of this. We should be able to bring the tavern in here as well. At 0, 0, 0, and then move it up. So now we have the tavern interior. Oh, it's a small space, guys. It's a small space. We might have to redesign the tavern to be larger, potentially. Well, we're about to find out. Hello, Snolzy. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Gotta keep Goldie on his toes. Yeah. Careful. He'll come at you with the banhammer for that kind of language. Not really. Yeah. Good to see you, Snolzy. How you been? What's going on? Okay. As a placeholder, connect everything up appropriately. use the documentation and existing scene as a reference for how to do this and copy those patterns. Okay. We can also get on to the next thing. So we've got the tavern. We could do the blacksmith. What do you call this is called a forge, right? That would be the forge. This was supposed to be like the inn. I think the inn will be handy because like the nicer characters will be able to spawn at the inn until we have specific homes for them. And then this will be like the tenements, so the not so nice characters who might not be as well off can spawn at different things. And I also considered like these can just be generic homes, though I have to really think about the purpose of buildings. I think the farmer could spawn here. This is the farmer's home. And this will be, we don't have a miller character yet, but maybe we need to have a miller here. Because yeah, this is another home where like, if the farmer creates a resource, he can bring it and collaborate with the miller. And then there can be potentially like, I don't know, one of these should have a bed. Maybe one of these should be a thing where he needs to do stuff, which will make it sketchy because then he needs to come outside at night to go from place to place to do his work if he's working at night. Yeah. I like the idea of needing to sleep, but I don't like that from a gameplay perspective. So much Slay the Spire. Oh, it's an addictive game, isn't it? It's fun. It's so fun. I get it, Snolzy. I get it. Definitely a fun time, man. Have you been enjoying it? How many spires have you slewn now? Where are you at now? What's the number? Oh man, all this coffee. I need another quick restroom break. Be right back. Streamer muted. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Coppinger. Thank you for letting me know. How long was I yapping without saying any... I feel like an idiot. You idiot! It's kind of amazing that we're here with 45 supporters, and it took you that long to... It took me that long to notice that you know, for you to... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The short of it is, I'm sorry. We're back. Yes. I'm sorry, Coppinger. Thank you for paying attention. Thank you for paying attention. Ad gone. Probably the ad. Blocking a lot of people. I've got you based. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I do that 2 to 3 times a day. You know, yeah, I don't want to be the person causing you to do that, though. This is just amateur hour over here. Okay, we're going to do like this. We're actually going to give this a bit of attention. Next time, remind a mod to start the poll. Will Seb forget to? Yep. Good. That might help remind me. That might help remind me, actually. I like, it's good that I remember to mute it in the first place, but the amount of times I forget to unmute is ridiculous. Might be handy to have a script one day that checks the shape and creates bounding boxes that encapsulate it. Could be a handy thing to do. You know what? All of this needs to go up a little to there. Which means this is going to go and be wrong. It's a little wrong. It's not the worst wrong. It's not the wrongest thing we've ever seen. Okay, where is this one? Yep. Those are some pretty steep steps. I don't even mind if a player has to hit jump to get those. You know what? I kind of do. Is there some way to like make a copy of this thing? Would be so handy to be able to just like not have to like go and copy the bounds of one of these across to a bunch of others. Okay, the question is what to redeem. Need something for the channel points. Yeah, I mean, if you guys can think of some stuff. What are you all thinking? You know what? I think maybe this might justify like extending those stairs a little. Interaction target, interaction body will be... This is... Dwelling door, there we go. It needs to go a bit bigger. Let's get that re-imported. World layout. Yeah, it's a good question. Do you guys have ideas for what redeems we could build in? What would you all find interesting? What are some other streamers' redeems that you guys really like? Oh, hold on. We just did that to chapel door, not dwelling door. Backflip, duh. Oh, I see. That is a duh from, yes, yeah. From your perspective, I can see how that's a duh. How many streamers, apart from Speed, or I Show Speed or whatever his name is, actually has backflip as a redeem on his channel? I doubt even that guy has it, even though he backflips all the time. Exactly, unique selling point. You know, you can't argue with that logic. There's no arguing with that. What about a go to sleep redeem? Go to bed. Go to bed, Seb. I would hate that. I would absolutely hate that. It would work though. Okay. This is now too big. How did that happen? How the heck? This door shape is actually kind of strange, I'm not gonna lie. Might need to just remove the door from the old one, but There's too many layers. Too many layers in this. We need to strip back some of these layers, for sure. Okay, dwelling door. Something like that. All right, let's try this thing. Yep, let's do it. Let's run it. Could make a redeem for 1 million. That's just turn off stream. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. I don't know if that's a smart move. I don't know if that's a smart move. 1 million is a lot. It might be hard for a person to get to that point. So I could see why, we could do that. But I think that could ruin some really great moments if a person really wanted to troll. I would imagine people in the community wouldn't want to wouldn't do that though. All right, enter tavern is an option. And we are in the tavern. Go outside is an option. That's great. That is actually a very good start. Happy with that. We're happy with this. You would think I'd be unhappy with this, but actually, very happy. Very happy. Okay. Let's go to our tavern. Actually, world layout. Where is our... Tavern's in a weird place. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna 000 you. And definitely unrotate you. And then you can go down underground. Then we've got from outside world takes us inside the tavern. Okay, there's our upstairs tavern world. We're going to copy our dwelling door there. That goes here. This goes there. That goes to dwelling door. Dwelling door. Tavern door goes. And then we have the flippity flop of this. It doesn't need that little thing, but that'll be okay. We'll work with it. Holy crap, where's the floor? Oh, that's right. We didn't do that yet. Tavern World. We need a floor for the tavern. Add child node. It's going to be a mesh instance 3D. It's going to be a plane for now. I think we made it like 15 by 15 by 15, if I recall. Was it 15? Nope, it was a lot less. It was... Oh no, 15 by 15. That's correct. So why is this so off? Its scale is 111. 287K. Dude, just think. In like 2 years, you'd be able to switch the stream off, psych. If you had that power, why wouldn't you press that button? It's like giving Matthew the red button. That's what that's like. This is why this is a scary idea. Okay, what is it? 10? I'm not understanding why the scale of this collision shape. What if I had 2 red buttons? What? That's another meme for that. This one, Maddie. What if you had 2 red buttons? That's what. Oh no. Which one would you choose? Okay, 15, 15. You know what? That's fine for now. Let's give that another run. The reddest of them all. Exactly. Exactly. You would press the reddest of the red buttons. I'm concerned now by how small our tavern is. It's not a big space. Maybe it doesn't need to be a big space, guys. Maybe it's fine as a little space. Maybe that's fine. Shall we take all our characters and go hang out at the tavern? Shall we do that? The farmer, the little night watchman, you can go to the tavern too. We need our loading screen. We really do. Quick, run through the dark. It's so scary. All right, here's the tavern. Enter tavern. There's no lights here and it's nighttime, so it's very dark. Look at that. We're now at 2 at the tavern, hanging out. Make the butcher run through the dark. I think the nighttime is actually going to be so scary in this game. Dawn's coming. It's all right. The sun's rising, chat. The sun's rising. It's not like there'll be a lot of things to do inside of houses. Size won't matter that much. I think it actually will, Hansbla. It actually is going to matter a bit. But this is like a decent size. This is a decent size. We can have a bar here. And we can have some stairs to go upstairs, and then we'll have an upstairs area. I think there will eventually be a lot of stuff to do inside of houses, and houses are going to become very important to the game. But this is cool. This is cool. Imagine with 15 people too, like hanging out in places like the bar. Everyone in the bar, it could get kind of chaotic. But we want that kind of chaos. We want that chaos. This is what we want. All right, now everyone's at the bar. Time to have a drink. And, oh man, the active ragdoll. Can you imagine, like, making them drunk? That'll be fun. All right, we've got the bar. It's happened, chat. It's happened. Maybe we even have some, like, steps down and give this a little more vertical space. But these are all later decisions, so... I mean, we can add it to our backlog while we're here. That actually does make a lot of sense. We can... One flagon of your finest, please. Exactly. What about emotes? No. Yes. Oh, hold on. You're talking about a different thing. You're not talking about in-game emotes. You're talking about, like, emotes for... yeah. That's an idea. That is definitely an idea. I hear you. Okay, we need inside environment. Inside environments. Tavern. Doors for homes. Tavern. Blacksmith. Tavern, blacksmith, the mill, the granary. Those are the rooms I can think of that we currently need. And then we've also got just that little, like, the little witchy witch home, the little townhouse. I have to figure out who this house belongs to. Who do you think owns this little tiny home? The town guard needs a guardhouse home, so that's going to be one. Guardhouse. One thing that could be really cool for the guardhouse is maybe, like, we enable him to quickly get from tower to tower. Maybe he can, like, teleport to different, like, he can teleport across the town. Nah, that's no good. Would be cool to let him run along the ramparts, though. But then we'd have to design all this stuff outside, which would be no good. It's a bad idea. I really need to get the bell. That's going to be one function of the church, is you can pull a rope and it will ring the town bell to, like, summon everyone together. That's going to be a fun mechanic. So that'll be like a town meeting has been called. So hold on, the buildings for homes, that'll be the, where is it? Don't need all that detail. Mechanics, design building functions, church bell, call town meeting. Starting to look like a game, guys. It's starting to look like a game. All right. We need a new door. This time for the blacksmith. And we also need to change this for a giant triangle. The crypts. I'll need a crypt door for sure. The crypt exit. What do you call manhole? Crypt manholes. I think the upstairs will be an interesting one. We'll be able to probably lock this. Like if you're a tavern keeper, you can lock the upstairs. That's where your bed can be. But then inside is your... Yep, all right, we've got an inside environment. This is good, this is good. We've got to keep moving. We've got to keep this roll going. Death trap. Katie, you mean like the little hole to exit? Yes, that will likely be a death trap. That is absolutely true. Absolutely true. Okay. Death trap. All right, good work for this. I think we can check this in. Liminal spaces, we've got our dwelling door. Let's see. Added a new world for the tavern. Added the tavern. Good morning, Jacob. How are you doing? Added and connected. New space for the tavern. I think maybe the term world is wrong. Maybe we need to refactor to the term like space instead. I think quick and dirty is okay for this. We're going to go back and fix those environments one at a time. That didn't sound convincing, Jacob. That didn't sound convincing. I suppose. You suppose you're good. I want an enthusiastic, yeah, I'm great. But we can't have it all, I guess. I hope you're doing well. We are making progress. Check it out. Check it out. We've got... I added in just now. If I go run over here, have a look. We've added in this new environment. The tavern. Now we can go for a drink at the tavern. How cool's that? All right, that's a problem. We can fix that. We can fix that. World layout. Hell yeah, I know, right? And I'm hoping to, in this stream, add a crap ton more. The plan is to add like a way to go and enter nearly every building. Diet Dr. Pepper will be right. Hold on. Diet Dr. I always love the flavor of Dr. Pepper. Don't know why. Don't know why. It's definitely a me flavor. Will be there. Yes, of course it will serve Dr. Pepper. Of course. Probably different. I don't know, actually. We're going to have a think about. Maybe there'll be like a way to... I think at the tavern might be where the food gets prepared as well. So if you want food, the tavern's going to have all of the meat and grain from the farmer and the butcher to like serve meals. And I'm not sure exactly because you're Dutch. Wait, what does that have to do with being Dutch, Maddie? What does that have to do with being Dutch? Okay. Is that... Oh, world layout. My bad, my bad. This one. This one. This is what we meant to do. It's going to be so cool when we have them all spawning in their own environments. Let's make sure we can enter and exit, and then we'll move on to the next building. He can enter the tavern, and he can exit that. Dang it! He's getting stuck on something. I spoke too soon. It needs to be a little higher up. F8, F6. We're going to have a way to quickly load into the game phase so that everybody's in a different environment. And I am quite looking forward to having smoke tests where I like load straight into each environment with a bunch of players there so that we can design the different games in there. The game design for the different environments is going to be so freaking fun. I'm actually really keen for that. In and exit. Why are you stuck? Okay, hold on. Dwelling doors, colliders. There should be a way to see colliders here, right? View collisions, surely. No? No collision? Maybe here. No, I mean maybe here. No, it's not going to be in gizmos either. Where would it be? All right. To the Google. To the Google. In Godot, how do we view collisions in scene? From Inspector. The safest answer as to why you like Dr. Pepper. But like, I don't get why is Dr. Pepper Dutch? Is Dr. Pepper Dutch, Matt? No, it's American. It's American. In Waco, Texas. Yo, thank you. Thank you, Camo P, for the follow. How you doing? How you doing? And cool name, by the way. That's a very memorable and simple name. I like that. I like that. Okay. Using the debug menu, ensuring that collision nodes are, okay, you can view them in the editor by, I want to see all of them. Okay, I want to see all of them in my scene. Not just ones that are selected. Debug visible collision shapes. Debug visible collision shapes. Excellent. That sounds exactly what I need, but it didn't do a damn thing. When option is enabled, collision shapes and raycast nodes will be visible in the running project. In the running project, let's try. Let's try. It's the drink of the devil being 23 flavors. If you combine two flavors, don't you have a completely new flavor? No, I guess you don't actually. Could have 23 flavors, that's possible. Why does the number 23 make it the devil's flavor though, Jacob? That's the question. And yeah, thank you for the follow, Canopy. Welcome in. Are you a game developer as well? Are you interested in game dev? Whoopsie daisy, wrong thing. We're going to run this scene. There we go. Man, these songs can be a vibe sometimes. Okay, now I see the collisions in runtime. That's actually kind of cool. That's actually really cool. Now we can see all the things that we've set up. Like you see the raycast and the line in front to check if the thing is interactable. See my little like interactable sphere? Now that I see it, I realize that's way too far in front of me. That's way too far in front of me. But it's kind of cool that I can see it. Can I interact from back? Yeah, I can. I can. I mean, maybe it's not too far. It seems a bit too far. Now that I really notice. It's like, yeah, it's too far. It's too far. We need to tighten that up a little. But oh my god, I've never seen this. Look at all the collisions. I need to get rid of those mesh colliders. That's going to be a whole job for us at some point, is going and simplifying those really high density mesh colliders. But now we can see them, and we can see all the mistakes we've made. Look at all the regret. Look at all the regret, chat. Fantastic. Okay, which, all right, that's what it is. It's that I've seen the regret. I now know how to identify the problem. It's this. We used a freaking mesh collider for a building. I guess my mother made a smart choice for my name then. But no, just a dev. That's actually your name, and you got your name on Twitch. You got your actual Twitch name. Nothing. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. Welcome in, man. And just a dev. You'll probably get a lot out of this still. I think the big secret is there's not much difference between a developer and a game developer. They're really just the same thing. Okay, I'm thinking outside environment, if it's not referenced anywhere else. Outside world can just be outside environment. It's kind of a bit stupid that there's this layer of abstraction. Okay, so that's going on the backlog. Too much abstraction. Hold on, that's not even project health. That is a tech debt. Too much abstraction. With outside world, outside environment. Really, environment and worlds are the same thing if you really think about it. Okay, where are we? I think this is where our mesh collider is. Yep, that's it. Collision mesh. Nope. We undoing that one. Collision shape 3D becomes a simple box. Would be cool to go find or make a plugin that just like looks at a mesh and then generates a simpler shape from it. Like find the bounding boxes that use something like, what's it called? There's an algorithm that does this. It's marching cubes. Use the marching cubes algorithm to go find the a bunch of like subcubes that fit the shape better. Okay, good start, good start. Collision shape and another cube. There. Did AI make that asset for you? Yep. This one needs a little bit of fix up still. You can tell from all the holes. Usually there's a whole pipeline that starts with an AI generated asset and we go and fix it up, and I haven't actually got to this one yet. And And it gets you a good baseline, but as you can see, it doesn't do a great job of giving you a game-ready asset, unfortunately. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Okay, one more run now. Match harness. Salsa Drama, have you seen us do like some of the art generation? There's like for a lot of the art well, not all of it, but for some of it, it helps. It helps to speed the process up to get a baseline using that stuff. AI doesn't have a human nuance. Yeah, yep. That is absolutely right. I think the circle we have there needs to be tightened. Definitely needs to be tightened up. Okay, much better. Much better collision. Instead of that complicated mesh we had before. All right, now the downstairs position needs fixing. Because, yeah, of course. This is going to make a lot of sense. It pushed us outside because we don't actually want to be... Yeah, cool. Cool. Then... Tavern, if I copy this... That's our external one. We now need to... There's our tavern. Where's our tavern world? Tavern world can't use tavern directly anymore, but what it can do is take in our tavern mesh. And then one more run. Hold on. And that's why AI will never take our role, because it's stupid. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's going to be true forever, Jacob. I don't think I believe in forever with this stuff. I actually never did. A long time ago, I believed that it would be that what we're seeing happen now would happen. So I think if you think that it will never do it, like, you know, that might not be right. That might not be right. Yo, why is this still generating the... Okay. Salsa Drama, yeah, it's unbelievable that it can make that stuff. I guess the really paid is useful. Salsa Drama, like, how do I explain this? Paid is useful, but I wouldn't say that the AI made it, if that makes any sense. Just if you go and get paid, if you go and get a paid subscription, you're not just automatically going to be able to make really complicated things. There's a bit of like, there's a bit of nuance involved in this where, yeah, you've got to manage your expectations about what you're actually going to get. You have to understand what you're doing. You have to know what you're doing for it to work for you. Okay, let's go to the world layout and see what happened here, because when we just ran it, it had some collisions that we did not expect. Where's our from outside? I mean, that should be fine. One more run. I meant to type world. Hold on. The world, because it's yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Hey, Wiley Fox, welcome in. Thanks for saying hi. I do appreciate that, man. How you doing? All right. Will this work? Will it work? I think it will this time. And yet, I am wrong. What on earth is doing that? Tavern World. World layout. What am I looking at here? Tavern World placeholder. Why is it including a mesh that isn't there? Because Tavern's still here? Oh, no wonder. All right, this is the issue. Tavern should be gone. And then Tavern should have... There we go. This is what I'm after. Zero, zero, zero. There we go. Run it. I'll be a regular patron to the tavern if it if it has poutine. We can arrange that. We can arrange that. That's the nice thing about game dev. You can do whatever you like. If you have enough time and energy to put into a thing, you truly can. All right, now we're looking good. One thing we might have to do here is tighten this up so that it matches that placeholder, and then we're going to add probably some, let's go to Chapel. In walls, let's go get a stone wall. There we go. Don't need to build the whole thing out, but I do want to start creating blockouts. And then one more for copy the height of this. Scale that this way. Starting to find the boundary here. All right, we need a window here, so that's a good point. We're actually going to leave that poking through so we know what to put here. All right, cool. That's probably not a bad... Yeah, it's got its collisions, so that's good. Chapel, one more run here, and then we'll move on to the next environment. I need to make a coffee pot. I mean, dude, I'm actually tempted to... How late is it? I'm tempted to make a coffee, but it's late, and I'm trying to not get to bed too late lately. We've been doing some long streams, and it's getting early, and I can't keep doing that. Have you tried green coffee beans? Yo, is that a thing? All right, now we're contained. We cannot escape except through the door. It's going to be another environment to make, which will be really fun. All right, excellent. That's one more environment, guys. One more environment, chat. I love this for us. I love this for us. Excellent. On to the next environment. On to the next one. All right, great. Okay. So what are you talking about here? Do you hide my 4 Splendor and a half copy? So with green coffee beans, do you get some kind of different effect? A Saudi coffee, Google it. Yeah, okay. Saudi coffee. Oh, okay. Cultural symbol. Ah, cool. I should try that sometime. That sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Add and connect the new space for the tavern. Let's do the next environment. Though I think we probably, we've got world here as a concept. World is too big. We probably need to do a refactor to call it, space, to have different spaces. So maybe that's the next big thing. So refactor world to spaces in our cleanup. We need to... term world is too large, refactor to spaces. It's another thing we got to do. Just another thing we got to do. Okay, Okay, we've got chapel spawn points as a separate system. We're going to have to add spawn points to every one of these environments. Doors for homes, more homes for each villager. Custom spawn points per villager. Per environment. Villager slash space. We're going to call them spaces, I think. Okay. Next building. Should we do the forge? Might as well do the forge. All right. Okay, room slot tavern. Okay, let's do it. Let's scaffold a new room slot for the forge in I have added a placeholder transform. Going to add a new child script. It's going to be a 3D node. It's going to be a room slot, and it's going to be forge. Oh, interesting. We might need to revalidate that quickly. I'm really, really, really happy we have this. We have our smoke tests now. Let's see. Okay, give that a run while it thinks, just to revalidate. Let's move it to the right spot. Let's make that -15, and we'll do the same for this as well. Smoke test pass. All right, I don't need to worry about that then. I've added a placeholder transform for this top level object here. To that scene called copy the patterns of the other room slots to fill out the forge. Everything else staged. Yes. All right, good. I must have put the room migration tests in somewhere. Maybe not. All right. I assume it just has a lot more caffeine in it since it's not roasted. Is that actually what happens? I wonder if that actually is the case, because you would think that perhaps the roasting process would increase the amount of caffeine potentially, but who knows? Who knows, guys? Hmm. 23881. It goes up fast, doesn't it? 1,000 lines added since we ran it last. Not exactly. A couple of hundred. Nearly 1,000 actually. Those tests really add up. The dark roast, which has less caffeine. I'm really tempted to have a coffee, but I don't want to have that much caffeine right now. I'm gonna have to turn the aircon on. Hands are getting cold. BRB. Okay, doors for homes. We've got the tavern, then the blacksmith, then the mill, then the granary, then the crypts. Let's do granary first. And we'll do the world building before we do this tech debt. Well, if you roast it for a long time, you get decaf. Oh, really? I didn't know that's how decaf worked. That kind of makes sense. Or dark roast, which has less caffeine. Okay. I'm learning about coffee. I didn't, I quite like coffee. So good to know some things like this. I always love learning how stuff works. Do you ever find that? I think it is. Let me Google it. I mean, oh good if that's not what it is, but okay. Hello, plants. Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you today. I don't like these errors. How you been, plants? You having a good Saturday? Oh, it did some smarty stuff. It did some big brain things here. It did some big brain stuff, which I like. We need a different door, though. I'm going to create an image, add a file, repeat this process for the front door in the attached image. It's the wrong one. It's been nice. That's good, man. That's good. I've also had a good Saturday, though it's mostly been like, I'm so freaking absorbed by this lately. I'm really like locked in on the project. Really locked in on the project. Let's see if it's going to do this, because we actually changed our design, I think, for that to be a forge. I don't think we want the steps on this one necessarily. Remove the steps for this doorway. Make the wooden side frame taller. Yeah, we have some amazing progress lately. Yeah, it's just because I've been so locked in and like spending time on it. But you know, it's motivating when the streams go well. Actually, you know, I try not to look at the numbers, but as I look at the numbers of this stream, this is actually the smallest stream we've had in a really, really long time. I don't know what's going on. What have I done? What have I done to affect the average viewers in this way? I need to, I don't know. Anyone have an idea? Am I doing something wrong? Is the audio level wrong? Is there something unpleasant about the viewing experience at the moment? Could be the music's too loud. Oh, there's that glitch again. Did you all see the camera glitch? That's back. That's a thing. That's a thing. Nope, you're not? Okay. Remember how Twitch Trackers said the weekend for this category wasn't great? That's true, Goldie. That's true. What if we went just chatting? And see what happens. Just for shits and giggles. Let's try it. You're absolutely right, Goldie. And I forgot all about that. And that's a really good point you're making there. That's a really good point. Let's track. Time to experiment. Exactly. The time is now for experimentation. Very smart. Very smart. Okay, we've got outside environments and inside environments. What do we actually do with the... Oh, yeah, we broke out like that. You know what I might do is a sneaky little, like... Sneaky little this. And then every space can have a... From that to the door. From that to the environment. Now, where is our door design? These diagrams are going to get so big by the end of the project. Also, summer is creeping up and people go out on the weekends more. That's true. That's true. That doesn't stop fast, though. She's having great streams lately. Have you guys noticed how awesome her streams have been? I think the Rust thing is like a lot of fun. That's really, really cool. All right, this is going to be chapel internal. This is going to be the tavern internal. And then we have our tavern door. It's not that one, actually. It's this one. Tavern door. And we need to get our chapel door. New door for... Lots of people love trolling her and have been stopping by. Yo, good, good. Are you still hanging out there, Goldie? And like, I'd love your take on what she's doing now. I think that's so cool. It's really cool when a big streamer like invites her into something like that, and you know, it's funny when you say big streamer. I think of her like she's a big streamer, but then you get like even bigger streamers. Goes to show you, like, the world just... There's levels and levels and levels to this stuff. There's levels and levels and levels to this stuff. Danzy! Hello, hello! This means Danzy's back! Danzy's back online. How is your stream, Danzy? How you doing? How's the new space? Chat, how's her new stream environment? How's it going? It's good to see you, speak of the devil. Yeah, that's we're having a quiet stream today, so nice that you come along with your community. Hello, Danzy's community. How are you all? Good to see you. How was your stream, Danzy? Big shout out to Danzy. She's just moved into a new space. Hi, we opened Steam page for our game. Hold on. Oh, congratulations, Untitled Game Studio. Game is called Special Meat. Nice, nice. I just got more exhausted, lol. Fair enough. You kept streaming even during the move? I will check that out in a moment, Untitled Game Studio. Right now, we've just got a raid, so I want to say hi. How did you manage to keep streaming? Did you just stream from your old place? There must have been one day where you were like, I think I took like 2 days off. Was that to move your computer and everything? You got your internet connected in the new space? That is all awesome to hear. That is all awesome to hear. I look forward to maybe seeing it when I get back to Brisbane sometime. Very, very cool. That can go to the middle of this, and then this can go to in front. Bring to front. Okay. It's not a great thing, but he's promoting a game, Goldie, so that's something. I don't think he's just like randomly promoting something unrelated. I'm kind of okay with it. We will circle in. We will circle in back to check it out. But Goldie is kind of right. It is nice if you like introduce yourself and make yourself make yourself known to the community, build a relationship, and then kind of pitch your thing is a nice way to do it. But we will check it out. Danzy rated the right person today, unlike yesterday. What happened yesterday, Sergius? Spill the beans. Tell me what happened. Fresh account today? Oh, it was just made today. I mean, it's weak. We'll try it. Hello, Crazy. Welcome in. So what did you do yesterday? What'd you do yesterday, guys? What'd you do today, Danzy? What have you been up to? How are you going? Do you want to see the progress on the game? Do you want to see hold on, we've even been you want to see the pitch for the I'm starting an animatic for the trailer because I need a way to show the game off. Yeah. Check it out. It opens on a wolf. He howls. scares everyone. The howl turns into a chicken's cry, and then it's like here's going to be a shot where it's like everybody gathered, and the priest like accuses the vagabond of being a monster, and then all of the people in town get really angry, and then they chase the vagabond, and the vagabond runs away, and they all like collaborate to get together to make essentially to like get strong, and then they go catch and beat down the vagabond, and then they hang her and she dies and everybody cheers. But then it's secretly revealed that the priest is a vampire, and the blacksmith is the werewolf, and it's like the end. And then like, you know, until we have some actual gameplay, then we'll be able to use that for when people come through the Steam page to pitch the game, which is pretty cool. And so yeah, we're working on that, and the game itself is coming along pretty well, Danzy. It's like hold on, I'll show you. Why tell when you can show? Like Sauron, but cooler. True dat. All right, check it out, Danzy. This is a multiplayer game. They can all connect into a multiplayer game together. And so, look, you can see all the people running around. See? It's multiplayer. It's got matchmaking in it as well, so we can like get in. Oh, and there's gonna be a matchmaking mode for like so streamers play together. So if you're a streamer, you can matchmake with other streamers. Seb's the monster. How dare you? Yeah, so okay, so this is inside, but look, you can also do this. You can exit, so you can go out into the bigger game world. Here, I'll take a couple of guys outside. We'll take a few of them outside and check it out. It's the game world. All the collisions are on right now, so you're actually not going to see the nice lighting. But yeah, there's the day-night cycle working. We just got the tavern working, so I'll run a guy to the tavern. Love the multiplayer. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, we can go boom, and now he's in the tavern. We haven't built the tavern yet, but yeah, it's all coming along. Oh wait, I should also show you. Hold on, I'll turn those collisions off. So yeah, there's like a whole game world. You can imagine lots of different people playing together. Here, I'll show you even more. If I kill that and then go to debug and I turn off visible collision shapes and I do a normal run, I'll show you the menus as well. Looking good. Thank you, DGen Pirate. Why not launch on blockchain? You have my crypto community rally behind you. Yo, I mean, dude, I don't know about all of that. But if I did see that thing went pretty well. I'm just gonna keep working on this, and if like some things form around it, I don't think I'm gonna be like actively pushing a blockchain thing on the stream, which is what you probably would be looking for. I think if you were gonna get a supporter like that, you would probably be looking for that. But check it out, Danzy. We've also got like matchmaking, so a person can just like hit matchmake, and it will take them into a game. So anybody anywhere in the world can do this, and it will put them all into a game. And look at all the different characters that are starting to get in there. I'll hope that one of these randomly... Danzy rated Fasfi with 2 S's. Who the hell is that somebody trying to rip off Fas? That's not cool. That's not cool. Oh, hold on. That's probably nobody was actually streaming. She just mistyped it. Okay, but check it out. There's all these different characters. There's all the different characters, Danzy. We've got heaps of different characters in there, and let's hope that they'll have different stats. And you can see, like, God of War here supported one of the characters, and then it's like Cray did. Who else? Which, like, this one's... We can see, like, the different supporter that actually led to the thing. Oh, yeah, check it out. And if you click that, it'll open up the... For Twitch-supported things, if I go Cray, boom... It loads into like Cray's page, so it helps promote the streamers. And then also these will be unlocked when a content creator is subbed. So if you sign in with your Twitch account, you won't have to unlock those characters. And I think that'll also really, when we combine that with that'll kind of like encourage communities to, your community to sub to you. That'll be, I think that's a cool idea. Hold on, what's the typo? What was my typo? What did I misspell? Oh, your typo with fast food. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. It's one raid. It's one raid. That's fine. Okay, check it out. I'll go into the game and see if we get any monsters. We got 2 monsters. We got 2 monsters this time. And so then the monsters get the monster selection menu where they can choose from all the different monsters, Danzy. So it could be like maybe it's like the witchy witch and the werewolf. And now these guys have to keep it a secret. And you can see even more collabs like Fast. Is Fast not live now? What happened? She was live a minute ago. Oh, she must have raided out. Okay, Fast is not live anymore. But yeah, then you've got like all the different monsters from the different peoples. And so here, have a look. So if I go and I'll select the witch and the werewolf. Whoopsie daisy. I need to play, resume. Let's go. Oh, hold on. He should be, yeah, he is monster. He got the same slot back. Good. Werewolf, if I select and they go in. Now look, this guy will be able to go werewolf in the night. And now he could like be a spooky werewolf at nighttime. And who else was there? Was it this one? No. But yeah, now he can go, woo, werewolf time. I need to actually trigger that across the network. That's another thing I need to do. So that the particle effects play everywhere. But yeah, there's lots of little features going in. Lots of progress. Where is there it is. But yeah, that's the progress so far. That's the zombie fog. Cool. Yeah, wait, I'll hang out here a little longer so that you can see the nighttime mode. Because at nighttime, I have to make it so that the monsters have better vision. Okay, sorry. I need night vision for monsters on my backlog. It's going to be a character thing. Night vision for monsters. Night vision for monsters. That's going to be a thing we need to do. But yeah, it's the game is coming along well. The game is coming along well. So you can see the sunset there. We should be able to see the... Yeah, it'll be really cool at nighttime. It'll be really cool at nighttime. Oh, I have to test this. The blacksmith with his forge. We have the door floating up here for some reason. I'll need to adjust that. But yeah, look how dark it becomes, guys. If I go look at like... Here, hold on. I'll get the maiden to look towards where the blacksmith is. Look how hard it is to see in the dark. You really don't see him for like a long time. It's like, it's really, really dark. So dark mode, especially if we have like werewolves at night, that's gonna be a freaky, like, that's gonna be scary seeing a werewolf in the dark come at you. I'm excited. Look at the werewolf in the distance. That's gonna be so scary. Imagine seeing a werewolf run through town and then, secretly, he's not a werewolf at all. He's just a blacksmith. But yeah, this is the game, guys. This is the game. It's coming together. It's coming together. We'll be able to have them go into houses. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, it is. It's going to be good. Oh, hold on. When we moved, there's a bug. When we moved spaces, we swapped back to, okay. Go back to villager. There's a bug. So yeah, we'll have to build the tavern and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, something went wrong there. Oh, I think I know what happened. Yeah, I know what happened. We misconfigured. But yeah, I should get back to the actual development. Thank you for dropping by, Danzy. How was your, like, what? You didn't talk about anything you did in your stream. DGen 1, we're doing this in C Sharp, by the way. It's a C Sharp project. Is Seb aware how he talks more rapidly when describing the game, speaking with such passion? Yeah, thank you, Penny, for noticing. I am pretty passionate about it. I don't think he does. It's just my excitement, I think. It's going to be fun, right? It's going to be fun, Jess. I can't freaking wait. Tell them the different monster powers. Okay, that's a good point. Here, have a look at the monster powers. If I go into the game, no problem. I'm knackered. I'm going to sleep. That's absolutely fair, Danzy. 100%. DGen, it is not Unreal Engine. We actually have done this. That's a compliment. I'm going to take that as a compliment. It is a Godot engine game, exactly. But Unreal games they're really nice looking games, especially with the way that they are rendered. Okay, let's look at the monster powers. So the werewolf can become more powerful by howling at the moon once a night, but it creates a really large sound that can draw other players to it. The witch can poison food supplies. The mummy can, if a person's being killed during the game, the mummy can bring them back from the dead to fight as a servant, as a mummy. So it can convert ghosts into like playable, like it brings the dead back. Unreal would take 5 minutes to load and be 50 gig. Yeah, no kidding. This one could actually end up being a kind of big game as well, though, Jess, just because we have so many assets in it. This guy can like blast from his eyes. The vampire can turn into a bat to fly around at night. The newlyweds can link two people together, two enemies, like two villagers, so that when one villager takes damage, the other one takes damage, which I think is a cool mechanic. This character turns people like into a worm so that they go like ragdoll and flop around on the floor. So it's kind of like a funny paralysis. This guy can create a really big like snowstorm that slows people around in an area of effect. We've got, I think we're going to have something where she can move really fast by like burrowing down in the ground and then moving really quick and then popping up somewhere and like stunning people when she pops up. I think the design for this character is probably going to be the most interesting one. The poltergeist won't be able to do anything. The Cyclops looks like Mike Wazowski. I don't mind the comparison. I do need to put a mouth on him so that he looks a little bit more, it's just his mouth was different from all of the other character mouths. It needed to be really big. So I'm going to have to like do a custom mouth for that. But what was I up to? The poltergeist won't do anything until the player has been killed, who is the poltergeist. And then the poltergeist can come back and haunt everyone and possess them. So it can possess people and it can like interfere with things in the world. So it can move objects around and stuff like that. But it can also possess people. And then you'll have to like mash your keyboard to gain back control of your body. So the poltergeist should be really, really fun. But the thing is, you also have to act really guilty so that everyone murders you in order to play the character right. The online thing is working too. Yeah, Jess, the online part is working. And we had an amazing contribution from from Jason, who's there in the chat. This is Jason's character, the newest character in the game. It's a Grim Reaper. We still have to give him his scythe, but what he's able to do is like slow one target down, and he'll be able to suck health out of them and like make everybody around them slow. So he'll be really hard to kill because he'll be able to recover his health with like a special ability. But yeah, it's that's the cast of characters right now and their abilities. All the villagers have similar abilities, but their abilities are more like interactions with one another. So it'll be like the blacksmith can enhance weapons, the farmer can grow foods and provide them to different people who need to do things. Nicely done. So yeah, he's got a cool character, right? I actually think this one came out really, really well. We haven't seen it too often. Yet, but I need to do more playtesting with it. But yeah, the villagers all have different abilities as well. I'm not going to go through them all, but we have started to do some design around that kind of stuff. There's a lot of work to do with design there. thank you again, Danzy, for the raid. I know you probably have to go get some sleep. I appreciate all the support. When are you planning on going online? It's I don't have a concrete plan for that, DGen. I'm still not even 100% committed to making the damn game. We're just making really good progress on a fun project. I think that's kind of where I'm framing this right now, because I don't know what will happen to me over the next couple of months and whether I will have the time to work on the game properly. But at the moment, I am managing to find the time, and I'm using all of my free time to do it. And we'll see how it goes. But like, we have a decently big backlog. I'm getting 1 or 2 items, maybe like 3 or 4 items knocked off this list every time we stream. So you can see there's a lot to still do to even get to a vertical slice. How many devs have I got? 1. I've got 1 working on this project. Just me. So far, this game is just me. Yeah, him. The last game my studio made, we did it with like a lot of developers, and it got really, really, really expensive really fast. And I can't afford to do that again. You know, it's 3 devs, me, myself, and I. That is correct. All right, let's get this door in place. Dwelling door. That'll probably be enough for the minute. I'm about to go and change this for a new door. Yeah, we can set that there. And then test the interaction of this. That's the next thing that we're going to have to do here. So that will go to this environment. It actually got the door placement quite good. And a collider. One thing I want to do is Tavern World entrance. Let's open that up. And Forge World placeholder, open that up, and we'll put our floor in there just to have something to see when we walk around. Okay. So far, the chat have been the investors. Looking for private investors? I mean, like, yeah, potentially. I would consider something like a publisher or maybe venture capital or something like that. I'd be open to it. If the terms were right. But you know, you never know. Like DGen, if you want to explore something like that, hit me up there. Don't sell out. Yeah, I mean, there's one thing is selling out. The other thing, Jason, is like if I want to make this, I have to, let me first say, the support that chat gives this game is absolutely incredible. It means that I can think seriously about making this game properly, which is a big deal. It's a really, really big deal. But it's not enough to pay rent, and, you know, it's not enough to, you can't necessarily survive to get to the point where the game gets done. And, you know, if you can fund a thing, then it might be worth giving up a little bit, as long as you don't give up control, as long as you don't give up the narrative. Base code needs to eat. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like, you know, I can't possibly just support it with the company and then spin this into an actuator project or something like that down the line. But, you know, if the terms are right, you really should entertain opportunities like this when they come up. Like I've learned that. I've definitely learned that. No, thank you, DJ Pirate. I appreciate it. I know I looked more into the last thing when it happened, and I get a sense of like what that project was about. And I'm like, you know, I think you need to, like, I have a certain set of values, and I need to make sure that anything aligns with those values. But at the same time, I'm definitely never going to rule out options that can help make the game become real. That's everyone, let's go buy a lottery ticket and get sent to the jackpot to serve. Jacob, honestly, I would rather not a lottery ticket. I would rather you guys just keep showing up and being a part of the stream as you've been doing. That means the world to me. It really means the world to me. That's all I want. That's all I want out of this is like the kind of support you guys have already been giving us. It's yeah, it's kind of incredible. It's kind of incredible. All right, where are we? We've got the forge, we've got the ground collision shape. We need the spawn point, and that'll be in world layout. Where is it? From outside world. Good. That comes, should be at -15, or at 0 in this case. Then we're going to stick that in here and rotate it 180. Okay, one more run with the harness. Yo, EMB, how you doing? Great, I'll be in touch. Awesome, DGen. I keep an eye on my emails. I don't check them as often as I probably should, but I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out. Very cool. How are you doing and your game? The game's coming along really well. The game's coming along quite well. Very excited, EMB, about how it's progressing. It's starting to move quite fast, I think. I feel like we're making a lot of progress really quickly, which is very exciting. I'm pretty excited about it. Okay, then the outside world node needs to change. From outside world... Where is it? The dwelling door. There it is. All right, one more quick test. Nice house. Your game looks cool. Thank you, AMV. I've put a lot of love and effort into getting it looking good. I really want it to be like, you know, on one hand, this game is, the goal was to make something that my friends could play together, that I could make really quickly, and you know, just like as a solo developer that I could make quickly. A lot of like games like that people call friend slop, and they do it because the art in the game kind of looks pretty sloppy and the whole game's assembled in a kind of sloppy way. And I don't want to be that. I don't want our game to be that. I want our game to be, you know, something that I can be proud of. And so, yeah, I appreciate the feedback from you saying the game looks good, especially since, like, you know, we were saying before, you know, it's like, this is a solo project. This is a solo project so far. Why does your character cry? Oh, yeah, good question, EMV. So what I'm doing, you can also see my health bars like flicking around. One thing I like to do as part of my like design process is when I create something that can change, rather than leaving it as static, I like to connect it to something that just randomizes it. So instead of eventually it's going to have a system where it figures out like, oh, I'm at night, it's at night and I'm in the dark, so I should be afraid, or it's I'm running really fast, so I should be panting, or I'm in a fight, so I need to seem angry. Instead of actually writing a system that sits in the back end and does all of that, all I'm doing is just randomizing the face. And so that's why it cries, is it's just randomizing values behind the scenes. But it's also a way for me to demonstrate to myself that the presentation layer of that system is working, if that makes any sense. So this is a way of me showing that the presentation of the face works. And then later it'll be swapped out for things that actually change it into appropriate, appropriate expressions at appropriate times. As a dev myself, bro's trying to... Yeah, I mean that stuff happens sometimes, Goldie, but like at other times, like you don't know some projects. I don't think like all crypto is inherently evil. It's just, sometimes they do go really wrong. But it all depends. It's contextual, man. It's contextual. I think the game looks cute. Yo, thank you, EMB. Reputation comes first. You're talking about meme coin, not real. Yeah. I mean, I think you've got to put your like some people are into things and other people aren't into things. And I think you have to look at any given situation on its own merits, Goldie. You can't just like rule something out outright. There are like banks and stuff are putting their currency in Bitcoin and stuff these days. It's like the way these systems work, they're not as like, sometimes they start as fringe things and they become mainstream. And it's, if you give a thing a chance, then you look at it on its merits instead of assuming that a thing is like inherently good or bad. I think you get to a better place in life where, you have better outcomes, much, much better outcomes if you look at a thing without trying to take on biases, There's a really good book called, what is it? It's called The Diary of a CEO. See if I can find this. And I feel the same way about the way that it does this. I think like you have to have skepticism around like hype cycles, but you need to look at a technology versus a speculation about it. What does this thing actually work? What if it completely fails? You have to like. I think the big thing is to look at like what sits behind it, and then try and separate that out from. And so, like, I agree with this thing, this kind of thinking where you have to try and be like really rational about it. But I really would actually recommend the book Diary of a CEO, because I think it takes a quite measured approach where you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater for that kind of stuff. This book's quite good. So yeah, the 33 laws of business and life. And I think like, yeah, you can definitely go the wrong way with it, but you can also do it right. It's, okay, where are we? I want to look at liminal. Okay, we're going to go content, environment, architecture, liminal. I'm going to create a new door and we'll call this there's dwelling door. If the last door is a dwelling door, what would this one be called? We need a concise but descriptive name. Could be it should describe its attributes in some way. Workshop door? Yeah, I don't mind that. Workshop door. Workshop door can go to workshop door, all of that in here. Yeah, I mean, it's always like that, isn't it, DJ? And you always have to like put in the legwork and figure it out, make sure if it's legit. And also like sometimes like you have to take some calculated risks, but like mitigate the extent to which you take risks as well. I think for me, it's like 5%, like of what you have is worth gambling with a little. And I don't even want to say gambling. I feel like taking some calculated risks can be worth it in life. Okay, where are we? We're looking at the workshop door. All of that in here, please. Calculated investments. All investments are risks, though. That's the thing, Jacob. There's no such thing as a sure thing. There's no such thing as a sure thing. Okay, create new scene. Workshop door. Take this to 000. Move him up a little. Put him in the art tests. Where's our workshop door? There he is. Scale him up so that his size is appropriate. 2.5 I think is probably good. You might not get back your money, but you believe in the thing you're investing in and you want it to succeed. I think like belief and wanting it, like belief is important. Wanting it to succeed is a bit different. I think, you know, the value of the thing often, like opportunity is when the perception of value is less than actual value. If you ever have an instance where, you know, like when its value is higher than reality, sell the thing. When reality like underrepresents the value of the thing, buy the thing. It really does come down to something as simple as that. And so, you know, when people go and buy things on hype, it's often I think it's a really, really poor decision. It's a really bad choice because they are getting it because they hope that it will succeed or they hope that it will work without having real evidence to back it. And that's when it goes quite wrong, you know? When people operate on hopes and dreams instead of like evidence. I think that's the, you know, I went and like when blockchain came out, just from a interest in technology standpoint, I went and learnt about it. And I think I was a lot less skeptical about what it was capable of after taking the time to like really deeply learn what the technology could do. And I think too many people are ready to write stuff off before they understand it properly. Because fundamentally, it's a cool technology, you know? Okay. We have a workshop door. Let's get it in our world layout, which I just closed. Not financial advice, no. Absolutely, absolutely. Workshop door, I would need world layout. Okay, loading, loading, loading. So in world layout, that dwelling door needs it needs to be a workshop door. And then the transforms here can come across to here. Make sure the position is about right. Okay, let's get it connected. Workshop door goes here. This needs workshop door. Oh no. Yeah, that should be okay. I think I got that right. Edit. Workshop door and then static body 3D. Dwelling door becomes workshop door. There we go, got it. No, Jacob. We don't give financial advice. That's true. That's true. Okay, that's all connected. I think we can delete workshop door now. Hold on. Yeah, that should work. Why would deleting this affect that? All right, good. Jacob, you funny. Why did that? Okay, I deleted the wrong thing. That would be why. Interaction target. Dwelling door is wrong. We want workshop door. Edit this one more time. Workshop door, and that works. Okay, good. It workshops. Dwelling door delete. Interaction target, good. Yes. Excellent. Now we do the same for outside world, which has a new I think outside world will just keep him at the very tippy top because he's going to have so many different. There we go. Paste that there. Dwelling doors transform, copy value, and then paste value. What the helly? Oh, that actually makes sense. All right, one more paste. Come down here, you. Where is that? Interaction. Oh, that can be at 0. That's fine. Forge. Have we set that up right? Yes, we have. Wow, I'm tripping myself out because I did it down here and I thought I was working up there. Is it going to be only browser game or mobile app too? It's not even going to be a browser game, DJ, and this is probably going to be a Steam game for the first platform. So you'll be able to get it on Steam, which is how it'll do all the matchmaking and stuff like that too. I think asking this to run in a browser in its current form is going to be putting a lot of load on the computer. You know, that's like there's a lot of memory involved in getting like all of these different assets requires a lot of memory to be loaded in. Like just in terms of polygons, like think about all the different lines that need to be drawn and all the different textures that need to be loaded. It's a lot of like, there's a lot of information in this world here. It's made of lots of little bits of moving parts and, you know, yeah. So initially it's going to be Steam. It's going to be Steam. And if the game went well, then we might port it to different platforms. But yeah, out of the gate, it's just Steam. And then if it works well there, then you could take it to other places. I think that's the right that's the right strategy, in my opinion. Would it port over to consoles? Yes, we've already done a lot of the groundwork for console support in the game. So, making it work on consoles is not too much more effort. Just things like the controller support and stuff like that. It's kind of like already built in. And then the rest of the work is just the platform support and cross compilation and stuff like that. So workshop door, edit that. There we go, workshop door. Okay, I think dwelling door can go. Now we have our workshop door. Good, let's give this a test. How does that work for Sony and Nintendo, if you don't mind me asking? I know Xbox has one-time fee, and you can make any Xbox into a dev kit. Yeah, like for Sony, you need a PlayStation dev kit, and you need a PlayStation developer account. It's the same thing for Nintendo. You need a Nintendo developer account, and then you get a Nintendo developer kit. And with those developer kits, then you can compile and run code on the hardware. And then, yeah, from there, it's a matter of going through they have like really long QA processes that you need to go through to make sure that your app is compliant with the platform. And then from there, it's a matter of like it gets store listed, and then you have to deal with their marketing people and stuff like that to get the game essentially into the hands of your users. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Okay, I'm tempted to convert this into a forge and make it so that the blacksmith has to work outside with his forge. I think that could be quite cool. It makes the work more risky because he has to do it at night, but he could run inside and like lock the door behind him. You might have to host locally. I mean, what do you mean by host locally, Degen? You mean like... You mean for the servers? Because usually if you're playing with a console, they tend to be dedicated hosting. It means like there's a server off in the cloud somewhere that's running the game. Oh, the game files. Yeah, so when you install the game, it downloads the game files. But that's very similar to something like Steam. So consoles and Steam, in terms of like how the game is actually distributed, are very similar. It's just, you get your assets from the Steam store in one case, and you get them from the various platforms, but it's like downloaded to the console and then run locally. But the servers themselves are hosted usually in the cloud, so there'll be a cloud server that your game connects to. Okay, that's 2 down. I think I'm comfortable saying the forge is done. Let's add the forge in. Okay, added a workshop door. That's a mistake. That did not belong there. I drag and drop that to the wrong location. Okay, Forge World. Okay. Added the smoke tests. We like that. What would our next thing be? Use the same format as the last Forge. Great. Next on the list. Forge Granary. Let's do it. Nice having a to-do list like this where you don't have to think much about what happens next. You kind of just like roll with it. Roll with it. I remember when I was ADSL waiting for the PlayStation to update for like 5 hours. Yeah. Yep. That's, to be fair, that's not PlayStation's fault. That's just the way these things go, man. I don't want to change the terrain just for this door. I should, though. It's not well built. Maybe I can avoid it. Okay, granary. Repeat this for the attached image. Let's also, I mean, it's a good point. Let's catalog the door for the church. It's going to be here. You're going to head back to sleep for a bit? Good night, Jacob. I hope you sleep well, man. If you're still on when I wake up, I'll stop by. Nice, man. Who knows? I don't think so. It's 1 a.m. Unless you're going to sleep for less than like 3 or 4 hours. It's unlikely. But I'll see you maybe tomorrow. I plan to stream tomorrow as well, so... There we go. That's our door. And what a door it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, next one. There it is, granary. We do have to do a butcher's shop. We're going to have to develop a whole outside house for that. Might have to reverse the order of these just to make those lines neater. Am I going to be that pedantic? Yes, I am. That is the answer to that question. Okay, one more line to there. It's 10:45 for you. Are you launching as free to play? No, but the plan is to do it for a fairly low price. So I really want to price this with games like Among Us and like Peak, around that kind of pricing. So it's like $7 or $8, something like that. So it won't be free to play. It won't be free to play, but it's going to be priced in a way where if a friend says, "Hey, come play this fun game on Friday night with me," you look at it, you go like, "Oh, you know what? I could like, that's a drink out, out on the town, or that's one meal. I can afford that, that kind of price, if that makes any sense." While we're tidying up. Impulse buying price. Exactly. You won't get crowds if it's not free to play. I mean, lots of other games got crowds that are in a similar genre. I mean, DGen, like if you're really interested in this, go and look up Among Us and go and look up Peak. and see how those games are positioned and priced. I think they're really good evidence for a game like this being positioned and priced in a similar way. I think that's like a very good, well-reasoned argument for the market positioning of a game like this. And you can see that even though they weren't free to play, they still did very well. Of course, they relied on some luck with like their marketing, but I think the way that we're integrating content creators into the process and giving them characters and stuff like that, it's yeah, but DGen, that's the. Let me show you this, if you haven't already seen it. Those games didn't do well because they spent a lot of money on marketing. They did well because content creators supported them, right? So what we're doing is I'm lucky in that I have a lot of friends with content creators, friends who are content creators, and I do a lot to support them, including like building them into the game. So, for instance, see how the Doctor and the King. This is inspired by Pestily, who's a friend and content creator. Same with Creator. He's also a friend and content creator. Let's see, with the characters, the monsters. This is my sister, Fasfi, who has a really good following. Loserfruit is one of the biggest content creators in Australia. Like Jess Wyatt, also decently sized. Winter is part of Power, is another really huge creator. We've got like Kiki, who's another one of Australia's biggest creators. So there's lots of different content creators, like Base Trade. I think he's got like, what, like 200,000 followers on Twitch. We've got Fruity, who's got like, he's got 3 million followers on Twitch. I think the idea here is that we're going to, by like collaborating and trying to like work with these people, that helps the marketing problem get done. Yeah, so like, although we don't have a big marketing budget, we are trying to do things to make it worthwhile for content creators to play our game and to work with us too. So it's, is there a Base Trade character? Yeah, there is. He's the Poltergeist. Base Trade came through and had a really, really good idea for a character. So yeah, Base Trade gets a Poltergeist. Yep. Where were we? Next thing is Granary. I shouldn't be fixing up diagrams. I should be generating doors. Let's download that one. Going to add that there. Okay. Let's also start, while we're at it, the world layout. We need a new room slot. Create a new child node. It is a room slot. This always makes me nervous. Why is it doing that? We validated before last time it did that, and it was fine. So I'm just going to trust it is again this time. Okay. Now, this should have all the context it needs. Okay, good. Run the smoke tests. Yes, please. I thought that was the streamer's name. Base Trade character. Hold on, I thought that was the streamer's name. Base Trade is the name of a streamer, yeah. And he's who's like, you know, Fast is playing with Base Trade right now. Like they're playing that they're playing the, what do you call it? They're playing it's like Rust on a content creator only server, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Rust. Sorry, blanking. Thank you guys. My brain not working. Smartass! Thank you, Smartass42 for following. You are not the first Smartass that we've had come through. It's we've had several Smartasses. I don't know if they're alt accounts for you, and you've got a bunch of accounts that you're following, but I appreciate you hitting that follow button. And welcome in, man. Welcome in. I know him. I meant the name in this game. It's that Base Trade. It's that Base Trade. Absolutely. Okay. Let's see. So we're going to we will resume this specific one. Codex, and then we're going to go sessions. Resume that, and then from here we're going to approvals, give it the go ahead. From there, go ahead and repeat this process with Granary. We've also added a new door for use in this here. Okay. Cool door. I think we need to remove the lantern from the door. We need something better to like indicate something that assets are done. I noticed today you were just chatting. Are you trying to stay away from the software nerds or something? I mean, we were the other day we were looking at the different categories and noticed that on Saturday and Sunday the software and game development group like category was really low. And when streaming today, we actually were having a really slow stream as well. And the idea came up last time that we should just try and see how we go in a different category and run an experiment. And yeah, that's what we're doing, Smartass. We're just trying we're trying streaming somewhere new. So I don't know if it's really working for us, honestly. Maybe we should just go back to software and game development. Or maybe I stay here just to run the experiment out and let it do its run its course. But it's I'm not sure. But hold on, I think oh, you've got to go, DGen? Dude, thanks for swinging by. I appreciate you. See you next time, man. And if you send an email, yeah, I'll check it out. I mean, views came back up. I think we just got a Danzy raid. That's all that happened there, Goldie. I think we changed category and then Danzy raided and that moved it up. But yeah. I don't know if that's exactly the cause, but we'll just keep on keeping on and let the experiment finish. We do need handles for the door though. I would like handles, please. It did accurately represent this though. Imagine that, not having door handles. What's the next door after this? Maybe we skip ahead. There we go. I like that. Now we're working. Let's go here. Copy that. Bring it down. Preemptively call it done, even though it's definitely not done. Whoa, what happened? It's pointing at the wrong thing. There's just two of them. There's going to be a lot of different environments to make, guys. Remember this one? This one took 2 streams. This one took 2 streams to make. So that's another 2, 4, 6 streams. That's half a sprint. Half a sprint, guys. Half a sprint here of like, of husks of buildings that we need to go and make now. That's, that goes to show the knock-on effect of like adding one character. You add one character, you have to do all of the character art. You have to come up with the abilities for the character. You have to come up with a home for the character to live, which means you have to create an environment for the character. I think every time we accept one new character, we might actually have this massive knock-on effect of time. If I think about it, maybe 200 subs is just like way too little for the time it takes to do everything. Can't you have them cohabitate? Yeah, we could, Helu. I thought about that with the, so for that reason, we have this, this is the inn, and then we also have the tenement. So these buildings, as just normal homes. But the thing is, I think everyone needs a room. If they're gonna, every character needs an ability, and the abilities need rooms. And so you kind of have to have yeah, I don't know. Unless we have just a generic, you can help everyone out type of role where they don't have a home, but they have abilities, and those can go collaborate with other people that do have homes. I'm not sure exactly how we deal with that, but one of them already is Gamosaurus. It's Fasfi. Fasfi's the hobo. Let me show you. We've already got this character for Fas. This is the Fasfi Vagabond. She's homeless. She wears a potato sack. Her special ability is she could get stuff out of the trash, because her whole community is trash. And then also, she is not allowed inside, so she can't go through doors. She's not allowed doors. So I was going to say her. So yeah, we already did it. She lives outside. Special ability is trash, and she can't use doors. I think that one's pretty funny. Well, does the room actually be logical? Can teleport them somehow? The room, there'll be a thing that happens, Helu, where, so for instance, imagine we have imagine you work at imagine you get the farmer, right? So you're the farmer, and the farmer runs all the way, he works the field, right? So he interacts with the crops and he works the field and he collects the grain and he brings it into the house, and then he'll have a machine that he can use to turn the grain into wheat, and then he can bring it to the miller, and the miller will do something to make it flour, and then the flour might bring it to the forge so that you can speed up the forging process with a flour driven forge so that he can do it more quickly, right? And so there's every person has a place in the town, and they have a thing that they can do. And so the idea is the other thing is he could bring it to the tavern, and the tavern can use it to make bread, right? And then the bread can go back to the marketplace, which is here. So it's the farmer can create the corn and sell the corn directly at not even sell the corn directly, bring the corn directly to the marketplace. So there's all these interactions that lots of people can do. So all this stuff in the world and the design of the world isn't arbitrary. It's kind of there for important reasons. Is he forging bread rolls? No, there's actually a thing called there's a thing with flour furnace. Hold on. Where was it? Maybe I'm making this up, but I thought I learned that somewhere. Flour furnaces. And it's because the flour is so combustible, I think. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I got to work on the exact economy. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work, but that's a big to do here with the villager economy. I have to figure it out. Can't use doors. Yeah, it's a pretty funny one. I think it's going to be good. I've heard that flour causing mills to explode or something like. Yeah, exactly, Jess. It's like it can be highly combustible. If event open door equals true and character does not equal vagabond, exactly, Druggy Hunt. Yeah, it's going to be really funny. I think it's going to be a really fun interaction. But yes, yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Hallucinating from AI. You think you're calling it out, Helu? You think it's not true? I learn odd things from our stream. Maybe I'm wrong. It could be AI hallucination. Helu might be right. Fact check me, chat. Fact check me. I want fact checks. Okay. So let's start by making workshop door. We can even just create a granary door. Create a scene. Granary door. I made that a 3D environment, right? Hope so. Can I like make that local? I think just by copying it probably will be. Let's move it up so it's aligned with the ground. And then we just need our 3D model in here. I don't know if we actually need a different door for every building, but could reuse some. We could reuse some. All right, where are we? We are going for, what's next on our list? The mill. True, the windmill. That can go, actually. That's a large media file I don't want. Okay, download that. Repeat this with the windmill. Just the only way I know how to fact check is with AI. Oh my god. Just don't do the mistake that CDPR did with Witcher 3, over focusing on economy. In the end, the game is about about doing what people intrigues. I think Smartass, I think the way that I'm imagining the moment-to-moment gameplay for a large part of this working will be more like it'll be more like Overcooked, like this. So if people want to, like, when I say economy, I don't really mean like too detailed kind of thing. I mean, I want to have this way where like players can work together inside of environments to do this kind of thing. This is definitely the plan. And you know what? I might even take it into our design document. So there's like different things that produce resources where people can like, you know, imagine this is like a micro version, right? It's a very, very small microcosm of like interactions between things. What I want to do is something like this, where the players have to like cooperate and collaborate in order to produce goods that level them up. Where secretly, imagine some of these, like some operators in this system, are actually just like monsters and trying to mess the whole process up. That's the thing. It's like somebody here is trying to mess the process up. So yeah. Okay. Next up, let's get... This is going to be granary door, extract, granary door. All of that goes in here. Then we can art test it up. So yeah, what do you think of the idea, smartass? Do you like the idea of a simple kind of economy like that? You know what? This might be good enough for the windmills, I think. Yeah, that might be the way to do this. But we still do need a new element for... So where is it? Granary door. Granary door will need to go into the environment for sure. The only way I can fact check that is through AI, Jess. Just needs to be chaotic fun. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. And I think hopefully the chaotic fun that you see there in like Overcooked, it will be hopefully really, really enjoyable. Okay. If two monsters work together during the day, they can discuss the next victim unnoticed, though. Exactly. That's perfect, though. That's perfect. So that would be people playing the game well, like casting suspicion in the right way. Not even that. That's exactly the kind of thing that I want to have happen, Draggy Hans. So people would be like, you know what? These two have been working by themselves the entire time. I think they're the monsters. That's the kind of like people have to like figure it out, right? That's the fun. That's the fun. That's the concept. Okay, is 2.5 too big? We're about to find out. Art tests. There. It's maybe not too big. Maybe I'll move these to their appropriate locations. I think that's going to be the way to make this make sense. Where is the granary? There it is. Granary door. Chapel door. This is the forge door. This is the... Hold on, was that? This is the forge door. The other one was the tavern door. Goes across here. That also helps contextualize scale, which is good. Okay, nice. Then where's this next one that we've just added? Granary door. Yeah, good. Granary door. Excellent. I think the scale of this seems actually about right. So, okay. Granary door. Let's copy this. Copy that path. We're going to go granary door scene. Okay, excellent. Let's let that kick on. Will door open or will you just go through? You want to see, Jess? We kind of have it in. We have it working already. It will just go through, Jess. And there are good reasons for it. I think I want to add a lot of detail to internal environments. And for that reason, if I can like have it move you into a new room, like a room, so to speak, yeah. If you haven't seen this already, Jess, like this is the chapel. You can see how beautiful the internal environment can be if I spent the time to make it look good. So, I mean, that internal environment, if I hit the outside door, I'll have a loading screen here. I don't write now, but I will. That puts you outside. And so then I'll run the blacksmith to his forge. If I hit that, it'll take you into the environment and back out. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's like, I'm thinking how the player will see it. So this is how the player will see it. And so if he wants to go to the tavern, he'll run like that. And then he's back in the tavern and he can like enter and exit spaces like that. Yeah. That's the plan, Jess. That's the plan. And the reason for it is this will mean that I can load and unload the worlds around the player. So I won't have to have all this information for the chapel loaded when I'm out in the game world. I can switch that part of the game off and switch different parts of the game on. Cool, that should be nice. Yeah. It's looking pretty. It's already working fairly well. Okay. Granary door. What was next after the granary? The mill. I think the mill we can do mill, and that can also go to a new scene. Okay, so that's chapel, tavern, some of these are pointing at the box, and some of them are pointing at the all right, that works. All right. think that needs a bit of a move out of the way here. I don't like the spider web that this is creating, but it'll be fine. I'm just going to do this. I do think it's worth it, all the time we've put into maintaining this chart. It's a lot, but it is worth it. Okay. That's tavern. This is going to be forge. This is going to be mill. Both the mills. This is going to be the granary. All right. So that's still kicking along. Let's move on to, though we can't mess too much with this scene while it's actually adding stuff. The next step to do will be the granary. I mean, I guess already the granary will be in. We're going to the mill after that. So both of those rooms will need to be accessible. Yeah, we kind of set a bit of a pretext with doors. Now that we have doors, we have to find every door. I guess there will be houses where you can enter from many angles, which will be another interesting thing. But we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to do that. I don't know if doors, like if our current software architecture supports multiple entrances. We can probably just remove the other entrances to any door that has multiple entrances and exits. But already, if I think about it, the crypts is one place where it needs multiple entrances and exits. So it's probably, yeah, that'll be a thing. That'll be a thing. You know what? Actually, it does. It does. Now that I think about it, we do support. It will support that. The way it's built will support that. All right. Let's have a review. Okay, that adds the outside. Does the jaw just link to a spawn point or something like that? It's like that, but it comes with a bunch of other baggage as well, Jess. It links to a spawn point, but it also triggers the load and unload of a bunch of different assets. So here, have a look. If I wanted every player to load all of this all of the time, there's a lot going on, right? There's the outside world. But then there's also all of this inside world. And if I go look at this here, have a look. Just look at the wireframe involved with this environment, right? There's a lot going on, and I will optimize this and I'll simplify it a lot, but I don't want to necessarily have to do that. And even if it is optimized and simplified, I want to limit some things like voice comms. I don't want somebody outside just here, hearing everything that happened just here inside, right? I need to create boundaries between these spaces. And so the way I do that is by creating these, these separate environments. So when I activate this door trigger, it moves me up here to the front, but at the same time, it also turns off everything down here, right? All of that gets switched off, and then all of this out here gets switched on. So I'm using it like it does teleport, but it also causes things to get loaded and unloaded, and it segments information. That's the important thing. It creates boundaries inside of the game, and those boundaries are really important. Those boundaries are really important. Okay, let's give this a run. And go see our granary at play. Really need a loading screen there. Lol. Alright, we'll fix that up in a moment. Alright, good. Not quite good, but progress. To granary goes... From granary, there's the spawn spot. Okay, there's our granary environments. Granary door. From granary, the granary door. That's the world spot, and then granary door here goes right there. Okay. Give it a quick run, and then a tweak. I think we're gonna have to preload outside, maybe even for everyone. In the granary and then back outside. Yep, good. We're gonna have to go and do some fixing up on some of these buildings. When did I plant that there? My brain hasn't given the granary a lot of like mental attention. It's thought about a lot of other things, but maybe not the granary very much. I don't know why. All right, you are next, and then you. We'll have a lot to do here. I have to kind of commit to some of these buildings as well. I'm not sure about this building. And there's a lot of open space here that I still need to do something with. I haven't exactly figured out what, but we need stuff here. I imagine as we get more characters, like filling that space will become easy. But at the moment, it still requires a bit of consideration. I can't wait for you guys to play this and start to learn your way around. That's gonna be cool. That's gonna be very cool. I think anybody who's watched the stream will actually know their way around, like, by default, which is pretty cool. What are we working on? Details or... Okay, we're working on this. I'll show you. We're working on the movements between spaces. Playtest 1. I know, not for a long time. Yeah, I know, Jess, I know. I mean, depends. Depends on what I actually want to test. I think I'll do some, like... I'll do some playtesting maybe with some, like, people I have really direct contact with. Like, I can walk up with a USB stick and be like, here, let's put this on. And then when I'm done, I'll remove the USB stick. This is what we're working on right now, Kiwi Toro. We're working on, like, creating different houses and being able to move in and out of those houses, which is pretty cool. So, have a look. Now we can run across town. We can go, the blacksmith can go to his home. This is his home, the forge. The next thing I'm going to be doing is making people like spawn and wake up in their homes. So a few more, and then we've also got this one. So you can go to the tavern. Lots of little bits of progress. Lots of little bits of progress, Kiwi. We're getting there, and the day-night cycle, of course, is in again. In the multiplayer version too. So now everybody gets the same time of day, which will be really, really cool. Yeah, so we making progress. All right, next thing. Next thing to add will be world layout. Granary, we're going to have a new mill. No 3D. What do you think, Toro? What do you think to Toro? Is that cool? Is that not freaking awesome? I know it seems like a really little thing, but you know, it's the accumulation of a lot of little bits and pieces of work. So I'm quite happy with it. Okay, now we've got mill. I don't know why this error comes up every time we add a top level thing here. Might be something to do with the world layout script. We'll have to figure that out. Okay, what's north? This is north. North, that makes that east. This is the east mill, and that's the west mill. East mill. East mill, and then we can do west mill after that. Okay. With east mill, we're going to use this door. Workshop door. Okay, where are we? Let's move it over this way. Okay. I should probably check that in first. Granary. All right, let's look at our history and... Okay, excellent. Excellent. Oh, man. I hope not too long for the playtest, Jess. I would like it to be fairly soon. If I look at the timeline for this, there's like some really important milestones where if we can move fast, we might actually be able to hit them. So where are they? Playable demo. Before the playable demo, we'll need to have a playtest for sure. Like several playtests, I think. Hold on, if I... Community playtest. It's going to be like... May... Maybe like the 25th. This is going to be the alpha or a vertical slice. Vertical slice test. And we'll need a vertical slice before then. Maybe like May 15. Something like that. Something like that, guys. You want the Summerfest? I think I want to aim at like the next fest before Halloween. Is there a later one that's closer to PAX and Halloween? I think it's going to have to be the closest next fest before Halloween. Otherwise, we wait like a whole year, I would say. I could wait another, like, it could be a whole year if I miss that date. I think that's the date to launch, you know, if I go early access, that would be the date to do it. I believe there's a next fest near Halloween. Oh, yo, that's actually pretty sick. Like October 1st. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. We like this. Could we confirm that? Because that would actually be huge. Because then we don't need to hit this date anymore. 19th of... Oh, that's the one. That's the one then. Is that too soon though? It could be like... That could be too close. I'm not sure. That could be like... There's like you need a little bit of time for the marketing beats. If we have the playable demo live too soon before Halloween, then like... I don't know, that doesn't feel too soon, maybe. But that's the week after PAX. That's like the week after PAX. That might actually be perfect, Goldie, because PAX could build a whole bunch of hype for it. And then it's like then the time... This might be a better cadence. Thank you for pointing that out, Helu. Halloween is the end of October. Yeah, 31st of October. Seems like a Halloween game. Exactly. If we don't launch this on Halloween, that's a stupid marketing decision. I think people will be looking to play games like this around Halloween. I think this might not be what we do then. think if we don't do that, we can do it here instead. Seems pretty sensible, yeah. I think this is like, we've got to do that. We've got to do that. But yeah, it's this is the cadence. This is the cadence. Anyway. But no, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. That really, really helps, actually, Helu. It looks like a plan. It is indeed. It is indeed a plan. It is indeedy. All right, I mean, yeah, fair. East Mill Granary placeholder. That's the wrong mesh instance, but we will fix him. Windmill FBX. That's probably going to be poking through the ground. What did I just delete then? Oh, whoops. Did I also make a mistake with an FBX there? Okay, where are we? We're probably going to see the top of this thing poking through. Oh no, it just fits. Perfect. Okay. There's going to be a bit of effort required to get our non-placeholder art in. Lots of art to be redone, chat. Lots of art to be redone. Outside world. About here. All right, what else? Let's check the inside one and give it a run. Massive amount of time to fix the R for sure. Yeah, I mean, you do need a lot of time to like do user testing and get feedback and stuff like that. I really would want to make sure that the game is very tight before I did anything more. But yeah, it could come together well. I think I kind of like the large aesthetic of the doors on the last one. All right, it has put us down here. We need to fix that location. And that is layout world. There it is. That's the mistake. That goes on the inside. And so does this. Okay, cool. One more test. This is going to feel like a very cozy space. Got to get that loading back. I also realize it could actually totally be possible to, you know what? I think I want to swap the door. I want to swap the door. I take it back. We're going to make a different door. Look how small this space is. It's so cozy. It's such a cozy little room. This is going to be good. This is going to be a nice little space. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Oh, hold on. Something glitched there. We need to be careful about that. I think I need to turn the collision meshes back on for the windmill too. That's another thing where I'm using mesh collisions and we shouldn't be having any mesh collisions. All right, we need a door. We need a door for the... I think we need a door asset. I'm not happy with the other asset. So let's get that generated. Okay. Only the door and the door frame, nothing else. Need a window? I think if I look at this... do we need ladders? Do we need ladders, guys? It might make sense to have ladders just because going from the manhole to the surface of the crypts will be a thing. The original image had a wooden door frame. Archway and sides. And we're going to reinforce that with... You know what? Maybe even... Maybe we even wait for dawn and screenshot the real deal. Alright, collisions there are an issue. This is the kind of thing that you guys are going to be very helpful in finding and fixing. I got stuck here. And can't escape. That's right, guy. You ought to be crying. I hope it doesn't take the perspective. If it does, we can correct it, actually. I don't care if it does that. The window is a cool idea, Dragihan, but I think all of the buildings, their windows are intentionally, like, not you know, we're kind of like trying to isolate the environments. We'll create the sense that there's some kind of, you know, distance between it, but... sorry, space between, like light coming in and stuff like that, but, okay, so, these actually go down here, that and that gets disconnected and moved elsewhere, Okay. Okay, so repeat this process for one more door. This is going to be our west mill slot. Use the same door as the east mill. Copy that, paste that here. Okay. About there. All right, yeah, send it. I think let's do it. Yep. Burlap, yo! 7 stream streak, thank you, man. Much appreciated. How you doing? Added East Mill. Okay, what is going on there? East Mill Granary. It's not a granary. Doing all right? Oh, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. We're getting all the different runes in. Lots of placeholders. Lots of blank areas that need like internal, these are all like, this is the number of assets that we had to build to get that internal space going. We have to do the same for these 4 environments. So there's 4 more environments that need to go on. But yeah, I'm starting to get it all connected so that you can move between spaces, which is exciting. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. I think very soon we're going to be able to have lots of people moving around and going into different homes. And that's the thing too. I'm going to set it up so that now we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different characters that have places where they spawn once the match starts. Which is pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. Looking forward to getting it all done. It is coming along. It is coming along, isn't it? It's coming along. This is good. Need to do the chicken. Got a lot to do here as well. But progress, one little step at a time. Okay, granary, how do you spell that? Yeah, I got it right. Granary. Which was a mistake. Remove. Rename them so that they are just granary. Granary mill. Instead of mill granary. Okay, let's get that implemented as well. Make sure that the connections are there before you go messing with renames. Oh, what have I done here? I've made mistakes. Mistakes were made. East Mill, room slot. Okay, that's north. That means if that's north, this is the West Mill. All right, that's the East Mill. That's the West Mill. Mistakes were made, guys. Mistakes were made. Just gonna swap these over. Okay, that's north. I mean, is that north? We're gonna change them to north and south instead of east and west. Yeah, if that's north, we're going to go with north and south mill. We're also going to change their names. East becomes... Yo, hold
Ding
on.
dong, look at chat.
Ding dong, look at chat. What did I miss? Oh my god. Sorry, guys. I didn't even realize that chat hadn't, like, updated there. Sorry, Totoro. I'm really sorry I missed your message there. Hello. Apparently, you're taking me somewhere tomorrow. What time am I supposed to be ready? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Times for readiness include... about... Ooh, okay. I've just received messages. I will get right back to you, Fast. I will get right back to you. Una momento, por favore. Is Fast there? I might be right back. I might be right back, chat. I asked like 6 hours ago. I'm sorry, I missed it. I missed it. Missed it completely. Let's see. We will need to be ready at about 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Fast. So I'm probably gonna wrap stream now. You should get some sleep. I'm sorry. 9 a.m. would be the time. Which is a good reason for me to wrap the stream as well. So nice of you to tell me 7 hours beforehand. I'm only seeing messages really recently. I did not realize. Sorry. All right, get some sleep. Good night. I'll see you in 7 hours. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I get locked in when streams happen and people are only just sending messages I have to get ready. I know. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I get you. Apologies. Me here trying to calculate Australian time. Yeah, it can be like 9:30. Not much later though. 9:30 departure. 9:30 departure, but I want to leave at 9 a.m. Yeah. So there's a little wiggle room, but yeah. Let's say 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Sorry, I really apologize. I didn't mean to do that. And I should wrap the stream. I should wrap the stream as well. God forbid you have time to eat and get ready. I think just wear smart casual. Yep. Nothing important. I think the way you always dress will be absolutely fine. Make sure just wear some shoes you can walk around in a little bit and just dress nice-ish. It doesn't need to be really nice, just nice-ish. Yep. Okay, never. I was lurking earlier, lol, don't feel... Okay. It is... Phasm indeed. And I did let time get away from me. Let's see who is live. Fufu's live. Let's do... I always feel weird rating Fruity with such a small crowd. It always feels weird. She's so big with her big crowd. Fast, who should I raid? Tell me. You're here. Good night, sleep well. You too. Fast, who should I raid though? If you're not already gone? And post stream wind down. Yeah, I'm gonna post stream wind down pretty soon myself. Nutty, I don't know who that person is. A new person to follow. A new friend. Nutty. Oh, I remember this guy. I've seen this guy. Yeah. He's got good YouTube videos. He's got really good YouTube videos. All right, sick. Done. We're going to raid Nutty. Okay, we're going to fix this. We're going to let this last one run. You know what? We're not even going to do that. We're going to go straight and raid now. Raid Nutty. Thank you for coming in here, Fast. I'm sorry that I missed the messages. I get locked in when I stream and I don't properly take the, I don't properly check stuff. So that is my bad. I'm stressed. No need to stress. Trust me. I'm stressed. Yeah. It's going to be fun. You don't need to worry. You don't need to worry. All right. We're raiding Nutty. Let's do it. And should be good. I think this guy also does software stuff too. It's outside, correct. There are parts that are a little outside. Yes. Good night, Goldie. Good night, everyone. It's been a really small stream today. Thank you. I don't drink caffeine, so help. Indeed, indeed. Yes. I thought others had potentially communicated about things, but a nice tea then. I will make her the nicest tea and a delicious breakfast, chat. Mark my words. This is what I will be doing. This is what I will do. All right, we're going to raid out. We're going to make a new friend with Nutty. That's going to be good. That's going to be good. Thanks for the recommendation, Faz. This guy has really good, like how to stream videos, and they're really high production quality. So this will be a nice person to raid. Great idea from Faz. And all right, good night, everyone. We made some really good progress today. I'm very happy. Nutty's a guy that makes like educational content for streamers, I think, and also streams. So bye, Dragihan. Bye, everyone. Good night. Sleep well. See you guys tomorrow night. Goodbye.